stamp could be like public health care in America, but that you can actually argue for that. The rubber stamp has to be something you can't really argue for. You just want.
Right, like punishing all advertising with death.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know what my rubber stamp would be. I think it's gonna.
This is my submission for the music today.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay, here's my rubber stamp. No walk-in parties in any restaurant over 4.
That's an excellent rubber stamp.
That's a good rubber stamp.
Like, you have to call ahead.
That's a real good rubber stamp. I hate
Really,
it.
really good rubber stamp.
It ruins a
I hate
big
it too.
part of my social life. It's why it has to be a rubber stamp. But like,
exactly.
Okay, I get that. No, hear me out. I do understand the fun, joyous spontaneity of hanging out with friends. You're like, hey, let's go to a restaurant, and you have like 8 or 10 people or whatever hanging out. But like, honestly, all a restaurant wants, especially the kitchen, is like
call ahead.
a 10-minute heads up.
Right.
Like, just like call ahead, so for one, the serve staff and the hosts or whatever can be like, hey, we do have room for this, or hey, you might be on a wait. And then that way, they can give the kitchen some notice, like, hey, we're gonna have a 10 top coming in. And like, that's like, we don't. Restaurant workers obviously do not hate large parties.
Different idea.
Large parties are great for money and for tips. We just don't like large parties showing up when the restaurant is already full at 6:30.
Right.
Okay, different idea. Me and 4 other couples are going to show up at the same time with our kids, no call ahead, and we're going to complain that we have to wait.
Okay, that should be bannable. Okay, can I have 2 rubber stamps?
No, you only
No
get
children
one.
in restaurants.
The other one is no children in restaurants.
Yeah, I'd get behind
But
that
my
one.
kids are so well behaved.
I'm sure they are at home.
My
where they
rubber stamp
belong.
would be just let me kill anyone I want.
Everybody gets 1.
No, like anyone, anytime, with no limit.
Oh.
I'm with Frisk.
Just
Yeah, like sometimes they
Give me a
need
license to kill, and no one can complain about
carte
it.
blanche.
right.
You
there
just
are
get to kill
some
people.
Yeah, I just get to kill people with no repercussions.
I agree with like kind of a variation of that, which is that like, so I would create like approval board to approve designated drivers to have the authority to explode other drivers with their minds. Like they would have a kill switch, and these people that I have approved as good drivers who recognize bad drivers when they see them can just explode bad drivers with like a button in their car.
Okay, I'd like that.
Every car gets outfitted with a bomb, and only the good drivers can explode it.
Alternately, my rubber stamp is like all the secret world intelligences, like FBI, NSA, or whatever China has. They're only called China. Let me have their databases.
Oh, Frisk.
What?
By the way, Neil, we don't hear you talking. If you're talking, I see you lighting up.
It's the ultimate note taking.
I know, it's very appropriate for you and just as creepy as I expected.
I can also see if someone's a creeper before we get them somewhere.
Spoiler alert.
You probably have the biggest file of anyone.
Yeah,
on
it's
this.
probably the guy who's in all of the intelligence databases.
Spoiler alert, they've taken special note of this guy. Let's not invite him to a party. Oh shit, I'm on here.
I think mine would probably be that by law, once a week, if you work customer service or at any job where you're making a minimum wage, you're just allowed to have a 10-minute tirade against anyone who's a dick to you, and they cannot fire you.
Yes.
You just get 10 minutes every week to just go batshit, and you are untouchable during that time. Can't lose your job.
Now,
I
did
like
you
that
say
rule.
just minimum wage, or is that any customer service?
I was going to say,
job?
I'd like
Any
to
customer
expand that
service.
rule to just everyone.
Everyone?
Yeah, because I need that. I need to be
Okay.
able to take my apron off and go out in the dining room and tell this fucking cunt that she can't come in every week and order a Chicago dog with no bun and tell us to cut it in half and put brie cheese in it and onions and chili and just expect us to do it for her. I'm so fucking tired of it.
Dude, I just
For
killed him.
one, what the hell is that combination?
Yeah, that's weird, by the way. That's a
It's
weird
disgusting.
dog.
It makes me retch every time we have to make it.
My original rubber stamp just lets me kill that person. That way they don't breed.
The breeding argument. Here's the thing, though. I've seen the generation that raised us, and I've learned that like there's no connection. There's no connection to like behavior or intelligence or common sense or anything like
No,
that.
there definitely is.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
agree
is.
with that
I
at all.
hate to
Is
Yeah.
there?
be the bearer
I
of bad
hate to
news.
Yeah,
break it to
absolutely.
you. Yeah, I hate to break it to you.
I feel like this is some mediocrity horseshit, and there's no actual science behind it.
There are some exceptions that prove the rule, but the rule is.
Regardless of whether you accept or adopt your parents' exact values and worldviews, they do have a huge influence
Okay.
on you.
That's legit. That's hard to argue. I can't argue that.
Also, we're talking about their food preferences. If this lady feeds her children this from birth, they will like it.
I don't know about that,
That's
because
true.
on the one hand, like I inherited Diet Coke, but like I didn't get like I don't know. They tried to pawn like weird milks on us from a young age.
This is true.
They
Weird
tried to pawn
milks.
like bologna and hot dogs
Like
on
goat-
us. I don't know. They're
Yeah, but most
So,
people like bologna.
when we were
hot dogs.
well, right, but I wasn't, even though I was fed all
Yeah.
the time.
Maybe you're just the exception.
Maybe I don't
It's
know.
not like this is a. It's not like this is a weird thing, right? This is a commonly eaten thing that
Is
you just
there-
don't like. By which I mean, like, what if they had a very specific food they made for you that you like, and that's something that they made for you only? This woman would be passing that on to her children.
So is there a term? There has to be a term. I assume there's a term. I just don't know what it is for the opposite of exceptionalism, where instead of a normal person thinking that they're unique and special and different, somebody who does actually have unique and special and different experiences thinks that that's normal.
I'm sure it is a thing. I don't know what it's called though.
Anyway, let's play some D&D.
Experience bias?
Maybe.
How about some Dungeons and
Let's do
Dragons?
some D&D.
Oh, finally.
Hey, we hear you
Hey,
now.
here
There
you
it is.
Cool. Yay.
No.
I was totally just buying time for that.
Thanks. My rubber stamp is no children are allowed in movie theaters or like live performances because
Oh my
they
God,
all
yes.
die all the
Yeah.
time.
How about just kids
What
can't
about-
leave the house until they're
How
like
about,
20?
how about just because I
So-
really love the movies, right? Can we just ban people talking and no cell phones? in
Oh
theater? Like-
my God! Why does anyone sit down to watch a show or a movie and then talk? I don't understand.
Talk very loud, mind you, not even just a whisper.
I-
Like, okay, whisper, fine.
They do it.
But oh my God,
They do it during movies, and people do it during games and stuff. And like they'll ask, oh God, the worst is when somebody like tries to explain what's going on in the movie or the game or whatever, and like
While it's happening.
while it's happening, like the game is going to tell me, the movie is going to tell me. A professional was paid to write this movie in a way that it would make sense.
I had to
what's
stop.
going on?
I had to stop going to movies with my cousin because he was one of those people who would like lean over and be like, "Oh, what's about to happen here?" Like,
Yeah.
what's
Just
going on with this
watch.
part? And then it would happen
Just
like a
shut up
minute
and
later, and it's like,
watch.
"Just shut up, dude."
And I'm starting to realize as I get older that what's actually happening is they're looking for like, they're trying to turn it into a social thing, but extroverts can fuck right off. I'm watching a movie. Like we'll talk
Okay,
about the
I
movie
love-
afterwards.
I love getting excited and talking about the fun scenes and plot twists in a movie after the
After.
movie is over.
Exactly. It's afterwards.
Yes. When
Uh,
the movie's going, you shut up. Okay, but also I feel like I do appreciate how all of us just want to like ban children from public places. But I feel
Yeah.
like that might be a
Children
little
are just
mean
awful
and be like
creatures.
probably traumatizing for their like social growth or whatever. So what if they're allowed in public, but like they just all have soundproof balls, like hamster balls?
Well, what if we just have
That
like,
won't scar them
That
anymore.
should surely be far less traumatizing.
Or
definitely?
They
what
have-
if there's just like what if someone just makes like a fucking chloroform-esque spray that's like totally safe and everybody can have some and
These ideas are getting progressively more traumatizing.
They are.
Yeah,
Also,
they have-
no, it's like
Designated-
fine. They just it just like puts them to sleep. It's
Dude,
just
as-
like
Okay, wait.
They
An
have,
idea.
like-
I will try to
So-
say that as a parent, if I had the choice of either being banned from taking kids anywhere public, or I could take them public, but maybe they'd get chloroformed,
by a
would probably just stay
stranger.
home.
Yeah.
I mean not by strangers, probably like by the parents.
Okay, how
Also-
about like they have
I don't know.
designated areas they're allowed, just like
Yeah.
minorities.
So I was about to.
They're not allowed to go
Okay,
anywhere on
Frisk.
Saturdays.
Frisk.
That way, it's an adult-only world on Saturdays, and I can just go everywhere I want to go on Saturday and not be
Work on
First
Saturday.
of
like
all-
minorities on the 50s.
Okay.
Why can't they just
okay.
be curfewed?
Yeah. First of all, for real, that's terrible. Don't say it. Second, I was gonna say it, but we already have it. Suburbs, like that's what suburbs are for, is for people with kids to live with other people who have kids away from the real world where they won't bother anyone or be bothered
Are
by
you
anyone.
saying there are kids in like cities?
I think
Yeah,
that's a really out of touch view of what the suburbs are like in the 21st century.
probably.
So
I
Like a
wouldn't know.
cul-de-sac.
I wouldn't
get
know
up
anything
to
about
date
it.
on your socioeconomics.
I'm realizing that
You're
like,
like
I haven't
you're like
lived in a
15 years
suburb.
out of date.
Yeah, it's been like 15 years since I've lived in the suburb. We did like
They're increasingly young and hip.
cornfields
Not hip,
in
but
the
young.
cities.
Young and liberal.
Anyway, before we do anything else that's super racist, let's play some D&D. Inspiration goes to Vasu and Moat, but you both already have it, so fuck both of you. Da 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 da. I announced it. We're good. I should post a thing on Twitter.
Gale can have mine,
Excellent.
but only if he uses it retroactively to spend 9 hours on this thing and spend my
I already have it, so I don't need your filthy blood money.
Can I have it?
Can we do my crafting and I'll use my old inspiration on the roll?
No.
I was asking Feck.
I don't know.
Can we
Did you
just-
guys have time to do it? I feel like you didn't.
Probably.
No, we literally didn't have time for
Definitely,
this shit.
totally had time.
Definitely didn't leave at the crack of dawn on the next. Hey, how long have we been here in Firebird's Roost? Feck,
You guys
for
appeared.
my alacrity.
Yeah, you guys appeared here. You spent, I'll say, probably about 25, 30 minutes investigating the place where you showed up. You turned into wind. You flew north for. Well, first you flew around and checked out these cities for about 25 more minutes. Then you flew north for 2 hours, spent about half an hour doing a fight there, and then you're about to spend 2 more hours flying back. So by the time you get back, assuming that that is still the plan, you will arrive back near the tower where you guys spawned in after having been here for about 5 hours and a quarter.
Okay, cool. So we still got a little bit of our alacrity left.
Yep.
Wait, I don't think that went through.
Alacrity? I think it did.
No, I just mean like trying to change my settings. I don't think it went through.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. I might have to reboot it if shit's weird. Anyway, when we left off, you guys had done all that. You guys teleported over to Little Hell, which is near Firebird's Roost, hoping to arrive in somewhere that was not just the middle of a volcano. And sure enough, you arrived in what appeared to be some sort of a strange tower, where, I don't know, you guys did a little bit of investigation. You found that inside of this tower there was a tree, but there were also some piles of raw precious minerals and gems and also sulfur that appeared to be being dropped down from chutes from above. You guys took a look around and eventually found a semi-secret passageway that is not so secret from this side, but would have been secret from the other side, that eventually led out into a big platform where there were a whole bunch of little baby dragon wyverns sleeping that did not notice you right away. You also identified the tree and learned that the tree had a very bizarre explanation on it built into it with Identify, and it also seemed to kind of link it to New Society staples. From there, you guys decided to turn into wind using Windwalk, fly north up towards the tallest volcano, where you did indeed find a large caldera that had a strange platform that seemed to have some sort of a magical effect on it. And you were able to kind of sort of activate this magical effect by defeating some fiery snakes that were guarding it, and then by throwing Vasu's familiar into the lava as a sacrifice.
Rip in peace.
Rip in peace.
F for shoe.
F for show. However, after doing that, and after doing a little bit more experimentation, you guys, the magically inclined among you, were able to tell that although the magic for this portal was now active, it was missing some sort of a physical component, a material component, that is needed to kind of channel that energy into the desired effect. It reminded you guys of when you try to cast a spell and you're missing the material component. And doing a little bit of investigation, you kind of got the impression that maybe it had to do something with the impression or the relief of an Ouroboros, a couple of snakes that were eating each other's tails in like a circular pattern. And you had a hunch that maybe those were needed or that something else was needed. And I believe the plan was to fly back down and try to talk to some of the Kuatoa or kobolds that you guys had spotted near the tower where you originally flew in, which are about 2 hours south.
Real quick,
Yeah.
because I was not here at the end of last session, is there like an obvious, I don't know, like indentation or somewhere where like a thing could be placed so we know like, I don't know, the size of what we're looking for?
Absolutely. And Ace was able to investigate it very closely. It is surprisingly detailed. In fact, he can even make out eyes and scales, and it very clearly appears to be an indentation where, like, either would be used as a mold or to place something into it. And the thing that would be placed into it looks like two snakes eating each other's tails.
What if it's just a mold? Should we just pour some, I don't know, like sulfur in there and smoosh it in or something?
Get something else entirely. I'm gonna try. Do I think it's hot enough here with my like blacksmithing background ish? Is it hot enough here if the ship wasn't keeping it safe to melt platinum?
What a great question. Let me go check.
With jeweler's kit proficiency, could I help him with that check? I probably know about melting stuff too.
You would know a little bit
Although
about
blacksmith
melting
probably
points.
has it more. Yeah,
Blacksmith is going to know a little bit more. With that said, go and give me a check of some sort, and if you don't know it on your own, I'll decide then if he's able to help. 15 would probably know about platinum. Fahrenheit. No, you would be aware that platinum's melting point is much higher. You could probably, if you were to actually submerge it into the lava, then it would probably start to heat and potentially melt. But definitely not without like actually dunking it in lava, and even then it might not.
Would gold work?
Let's see. Uh, 15 is also definitely going to be good enough for gold, and this one, Vasu would definitely know with jewelers. Actually, he would know platinum as well. They're both used for jewelry a lot. Quite possibly right at the surface. At the hottest part of a volcano, it's just about the right heat to melt gold.
I mean, I have a bunch of gold. Should I just pour it in and we can move the ship and melt it?
I suppose that could work.
Might save us a little time. That or it ruins the seal forever and we never make it to Firebird's Roost.
Yeah.
That seems like an awful particular sort of thing to find. I suppose somebody's carrying it around. Somebody what goes through the store in and out a bunch or something.
I can't imagine there are people going in and out of this door a lot is my thing.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Well, I'm game for the gold plan if you guys have a pressing desire to go talk to those Kuatoa now.
Do you think that it has to be metal?
I suppose it doesn't have to be. I was just trying to think of something that could melt into it.
Well, why don't we have Master of the Four Elements just like freeze some water in there to test it? You know, something that's
true.
a little less permanent.
I mean, it might be real hard to, get anything to freeze down here, but if anybody's going to be able to do it, you're right, it's going to be me.
Well, with the ship
Stand
here,
back.
it's environmentally controlled.
Hey, shh.
Oh, my fan can help too.
Let me toot my own horn.
I think some shoe turned into liquid down there. We go scoop up some liquid shoe and put it in there.
I just stare
Operated
daggers
a
at
while
Dordo.
ago.
That's so mean.
He doesn't say that because she evaporated into nothing as a familiar.
Oh yeah, there's nothing left. Well, that too, also because of familiar. Do you have a spell that turns into ice or anything like that, Mr. Daru?
Have all of the cantrip level elemental things, shape water and mold earth and
Shape water does it. Let me
I
double check.
can't remember if any of those actually.
Pretty sure it does. Yeah, you freeze the water provided there's no creatures in it. Yeah, you can't boil it, but you can freeze it. Granted, it would boil just fine on its own. In fact, it would be almost difficult to get it here without it boiling. Yeah, so by maintaining the protected environment near the ship, you're able to kind of just pour a little water out of a water skin, and then using your elemental control, just kind of freeze it into the mold. And when you do, you can still see that there's glowing light coming up from this indentation through the ice, although it scatters a little bit through the cloudiness of the ice. But there doesn't seem to be any sort of additional change. You see the magic continues to just kind of wrap around it, up into the air where it begins to fizzle as if it's not being guided or it's not being properly kind of like directed by a material component or whatever material component it's looking for.
Not to be too cliche here, but you think maybe some lava goes in there instead of water on account of Firebird.
I mean,
Suppose
I
that
could try that
Could be
too.
true. Yeah.
All right. Doing a little bit of kind of going back and forth between mold, earth, and control flame. You're able to kind of just like slowly guide one of these bursts of magma that would have landed kind of like all across you in the thing to just kind of splash harmlessly nearby, and then you kind of like scoot it over towards this mold and let it begin to kind of harden and cool in place. And as it does, it kind of bubbles and pops and hisses. It doesn't end up being a very finely molded object. It doesn't have some of the detail that you would have expected and some of the detail that you got from the ice. But it does eventually fit into the mold, and you're able to smooth it off over the top. And when you pull it out, you basically have like a pumice stone version of this thing. But once again, it doesn't seem to have any sort of magical impact. It doesn't seem to be what it's looking for.
Well, guess it's time to just go searching.
I guess so.
Do I see any, I don't know, tracks or other signs of anyone else coming through here at any point besides us and the scuffle we just had?
Give me a survival check. Immediately here on the platform, no. And in fact, you don't even really see a lot of footprints from your own selves here. This surface that you're standing on, this sheer obsidian, it seems to be almost like, I don't know, it's keeping itself clean. The lava is sliding straight off of it, even when it wouldn't seem to want to. The oils and the sweat from your own body seem to just kind of ripple off and over the sides. It seems to be kept almost supernaturally clean and clear of debris and dirt. With that said, if you wanted to kind of like hop back on the ship and do a sweep kind of around the caldera, you could do that as well. But nothing immediately right here.
Okay. Well, this means we're going to have to fly again, doesn't it?
I think that's what it means.
Simply take a minute to transform into mist if that is what you wish. Or we can
Ugh.
simply take the ship.
No, whatever's quicker. I hate flying, and flying without a boat underneath me is even worse.
I know it feels like you might evaporate at the last moment, especially with the heat.
Is that,
But I assure you, the spell will prevent this from happening. As long as you
all right.
dive headlong into lava. I'm sure you won't.
No, I'll avoid that, I reckon. All right, then.
Yeah, let's go talk to these.
I'll start doing my minute concentration to turn into Misty Nordo.
All right, you guys kind of pull a little bit of you pull away in the ship so that you're not so close to the heat, and then you pack the ship away, and then you turn back into mist and begin to sail your way back down. Go and give me another survival check as you're flying back down, Nordo.
Cool. Yes, I would like to, before we put the ship away, just get the spyglass out and kind of look over the area around and check it out.
Yep. All right. Go and give me a perception check as well since you're doing that.
Cool.
They're kind of working in tandem, but we'll see what you get.
Advantage from the spyglass?
Yes. All right. With your survival check, you're able to kind of identify a path that would be most easy to approach. It's going to be sort of a ridge that does not have a lot of flow that is actively going through it. It's a little bit of a cooler temperature, a little bit of an easier climb, and less likely to result in just getting gobbled up by lava as you make your way up the side of the mountain. And you begin to kind of focus your attention that way, and you guide the group in that direction just a little bit off. Of course, not tremendously, just a degree or two to follow that rather than just take the straightest line down. And sure enough, you see not signs of frequent travel by any stretch of the imagination, but at the very least signs that it could be used as a path. There are places that are beaten just a little bit thinner. There are places that are safe enough that every once in a while you can see a tiny little sprig of vegetation pokes up. You can see that there are more of these trees, similar to the ones that you found in the tower, but not nearly as healthy. They appear to flourish even in these crazy conditions, although they're not quite as large or vibrant, or they're not flowering. They're just kind of these barren trees that manage to survive in this very awkward terrain. However, when you begin to kind of keep a closer look out with your spyglass, following this path that you imagine is the most likely path to be taken up and down, you do start to see occasional things. The very first thing that you see is several kind of glimmering pieces of metal that look out of place, like ore or something like that, that are kind of being half consumed by an ancient lava slide that is no longer active, but is hardened and kind of turned into just this rocky, slooping it almost looks like a mudslide that has been frozen over time. And as you are passing by it and potentially stop to get a little closer, what you end up seeing are several just ancient fossilized, charred humanoid remains, skeletons, bodies that have just been mummified by the rapid entombment and heat. And then signs of metal, most of which has been kind of melted around them, but bits of which remain free and sturdy and shapely enough to make it clear that they were pauldrons or helmets or suits of ringmail. You get the impression that there were probably 3 to 8 well-armored humanoid soldiers of some sort. It's hard to tell how old, but they look very, very old. They look fossilized, or at least not fresh and recent. That were either defeated or caught in a lava flow, and then died here and are partially buried under an old lava flow that has long since cooled into stone.
Okay. Nord will kind of like stop his flight and motion in that direction, kind of once I get Nomad to connect to me telepathically and pass the message along. Just we want to check that out. Seems like that could be something. Or better to leave it alone. What y'all think?
I don't think it could hurt to go check it out.
Suppose one of them people could be somebody who was trying to get where we were trying to get. Might have some clues.
Would you think it's safe to land here?
I didn't see anything living down there, did I? I didn't see anything moving or alive.
No,
There was lava flow here.
no
Well-
living creatures other than the occasional bug, but you saw that it was cool enough for plants to grow at least. It's
So
not
it looks like
comfortable,
it's-
but it's doable.
Looks like it was lava a long time ago, but looks cool enough now. There's trees growing and stuff, which makes me curious too if they're the same sorts of magic trees as what they had back in that tower.
I say let's check it out.
All right then, I'll start flying down that direction.
All right, you guys kind of make your way down to this spot where you've spotted this little encounter, and you begin to shift out and take a closer look. And it's very warm. It's unpleasant. You wouldn't want to hang out here for a long time, but it is kind of high up enough away from the nearby flows that you just get sort of a distant radiating heat instead of anything painful. And you're able to kind of take a closer look around. And I guess go ahead and give me survival or investigation. Let me just get a handful of rolls from a few of you.
Roll?
Yeah, if you have survival or investigation proficiency, you can roll. I'm starting to kind of roll back on the idea of limiting it to 2, and instead kind of like limiting it to people that are good at it, but I don't know. Just give me a handful of rolls. We'll see how it goes.
There's survival. I'll do investigation.
Could it give you persuasion?
No, you
30.
certainly cannot. Alright, looking through it all, Vasu and Nordo are able to establish that there is a little bit of traffic that goes up and down this way. It is not frequent, but it does appear to be kobold. It is small, kind of lizard-like prints. At first, it's a little bizarre to you because a lot of kobold just go barefoot, even kind of hazardous terrain. But you do see that they seem to be wearing these kind of bizarre, kind of clawed footwear or like sandal wear. Presumably just for the hot surfaces of everything that they have to walk along. But the size is right, and you do see a couple of them that go barefoot, confirming your suspicions that it's kobold traffic. With your 23 and 25, you're able to establish that it has been weeks, at least, if not months, since the last group passed by, and these groups are very small. It's usually just 2 or 3 of them. But you do see that there is occasional kobold traffic that goes up and down. You are also able to determine that the rock that all of this armor is buried in is much older than that. Neither of you, I believe, had any background in like archaeology or anything like that. But at the very least, this is not just like looking at how far off the active flows of volcano of lava are. It's probably at least 10, if not 100 years old. It's definitely not recent. It's not something that happened just a few weeks ago or even a few months ago. Nomad, as you are kind of taking a look around, you find that one of these suits of armor, many of them are destroyed and scorched and melted and not super helpful. You can tell that they were humanoids in suits of armor, but you're not able to get much more than that. But through a combination of clever investigation and a little bit of luck, you find that there is a very large boulder that caused some of this lava to kind of roll over it in an awkward pattern. And when it did, it seemed that one of these people got caught under it in sort of this bizarre slump. And they are curled into a ball. And the first thing you're able to deduce is that they did not seem to die from the heat. They seemed to die first, and then the lava rolled over them. You're able to deduce that pretty confidently just based on the poses and the way that everybody seemed to die here. But secondly, you believe that if you were to spend a little bit of time kind of carving or mining this guy free, you believe the chest plate would probably be intact enough to, like, get more information. It doesn't seem like the chest plate would be melted.
Oh, the lava didn't melt the chest plate. It might be magic, actually. Basu.
But yeah, let's wait for Basu's detect magic first.
He just has to blink to.
I can finally use my mining skills that I've.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So
Shit,
we'll
you're
also
gonna
chip
mine.
in with a little bit of layout.
Tell me what my special eyes see.
You take a little time, get some detect magic up, and you don't detect anything magical about any of the visible things, nor do you detect anything within 30 feet that you don't expect. But yeah, you guys kind of begin working together. Gale has a lot of expertise in, cautiously digging things up, and you, two of you are capable of kind of supernaturally molding the earth. And with probably 5 or 10 minutes of magic and manual mining and just cautiously digging things out in a way that won't cause them to break, being careful not to shatter into these kind of fossilized bits, you are eventually able to pull free what is essentially a mummified person. They appear to be either human, maybe half-elf, but the ears are so deteriorated that it's a little hard to tell. Could even potentially be elf. But they are wearing a full suit of chainmail armor with kind of a half-plate chest plate over it. And when you're able to kind of get it free and look at it, you can see that most of the middle of that chest plate is undamaged. It has been fairly well preserved. And you recognize two things almost immediately. The first is that in the center of this chest plate, there are 5 rings, the holy symbol of Adra. The second thing is that you can see over the heart of the breastplate is an embossed kind of little, I don't even know what it would be called. It's just a bit of filigree or decoration on the armor. It's not detached. It's like part of the armor's decoration that shows 2 snakes in a circle eating each other's tails, kind of like that symbol. But it's only a few inches wide. It is not the foot long or the foot in diameter one that you would expect to like place into the indentation. Same symbol, but
Gale,
just the
cast in
decoration.
lodge on it.
But actually, for a nomad, can you? I don't know how your magic is doing, but you able to talk to this here fella or one of these fellas?
Flick can do this.
Or yeah, Flick. I forgot you could do that too.
I haven't got this prepared anymore because Flick said never to prepare it.
Do you
Well,
think that's
sleep
from
with,
a
stick with
different
that. I
timeline?
can do that. Are we
Just
talking
figure
with
they might-
alternate universe mode? That sounds weird, but okay.
Just alternate universe mode might know how to get into that there mountain. He's got the right symbol on his shirt about it
He
anyhow.
does. Couldn't hurt.
Just a second.
While he's looking that up, do I see absolutely any wildlife around at all, or is it utterly not a place to find wildlife?
With the survival from earlier, you see little bits. You see that there are some hardy bugs and beetles. There are even a handful of birds that kind of jump from branch to branch. It's sparse, it's light. There's not going to be large predators or anything like that. At least not without some supernatural influence. You do spot way off in the distance just a handful of stray fire elementals near one of the more active flows. You guys are kind of intentionally avoiding a little bit of that. And you probably would have spotted on the way down just some rather large, kind of fiery, snake-like creatures that were kind of swimming through the veins of lava. But nothing near where you're currently at in terms of
Okay.
monsters or beasts, other than a handful of birds and beetles.
Terrific. I will go ahead while they're working on the Speak with Ted and do my ritual for that.
Alright. It was Flick that's casting Speak with Dead, right?
Right.
Alright, you guys kind of work together to get this thing's head free. And there's a little bit of awkward snapping that has to be done around the shoulders and the waist and what to get it to basically sit up straight. But eventually you form a connection and you cast your magic. And through this thick, smoky, ashy, gravelly voice, you hear this horrible kind of pained inhale. And you can practically see the labored, smoky breath as just chalky clouds of dust roll out of its baked mouth. And it looks up expectantly, but saying nothing, waiting for questions.
Okay, let's see.
Might be a little on the nose, but I guess we could just start with if they know how to get through the gate.
Yeah, we can ask up to 5 questions, so start with that. How do we get through the gate to Firebird's Roost? That sound good?
You have such a way with words, Flick.
The corpse creaks and groans, bits of chalk kind of break off from its joints as it points one of its hands up towards the mountain. The captain has the keys. One will die. Many others may perish fighting the guardians. But we should gain entry at the caldera.
Okay.
It's a good thing we already had that one death.
I guess we could ask who the captain is. That seems like maybe it's not going to get us anywhere if they give us an answer. You know,
I
if it's
mean-
vague.
Maybe I'm casting discard.
I mean, it's better than nothing, probably, to figure out who the captain is.
Yeah, that's valid.
Do you have any other questions? I mean, I've got 4 more.
Ask if his name is Moat.
Save that one for last, just to be safe, but I bet.
I mean, Samson's name wasn't Moten. I'm definitely Samson.
Who's the captain? Where is the captain?
He kind of looks around, almost as if in a stupor. He's like, he was here just a moment ago, fighting those beasts. Paramenos Leighton, bold man, courageous man. Some say he's a god or a phoenix. Some great beast reincarnated to save us all. He
So he was Moat.
should be here.
So he was Moat the whole time. Does that name ring any bells? On a slim, impossible chance.
History chant or history check? It rings a bell. You don't remember a ton about it, but he was definitely a historical general who it was before even the Dragon Wars. It was older than that. It was kind of around the 200, 300 year ago mark, where he just had a bunch of big accomplishments kind of over in Western Willingquet. He tamed some of the wilds. He was very respected. He was a little bit feared by several enemies. He actually used to do a little bit of work up in Saznak, kind of dealing with a big problem that was happening with giants and Goliaths. Just a little bit of a rock star about 250 years ago. You don't remember a whole lot of details apart from that.
Do
Surprised
I
remember
know?
that much?
Do I know about Paramenos Leighton?
You can take the second.
Sure.
No.
Since-
Nomad couldn't know anything about anything, for all I know.
Yeah. He's also like specifically what the fuck was he? His background, an anthropologist, so he studied cultures and people.
Yeah. 31, you have definitely done a little bit of manual research that reminds you of that name. You know that he was a pretty impressive general.
Paramenos Leighton.
You definitely recognize that he had a lot of major accomplishments. He was definitely some sort of a kind of a gish. He was a mighty paladin or a warrior of some sort, but also commanded tremendous amounts of fiery magic. There were a lot of rumors that he was indeed either a powerful elemental reincarnate, or at least like the patron of a powerful elemental. He apparently just kind of was initially a very strong military presence back when Willingquet had a lot of problems over to the northwest and to the east back when they had issues with giants. He's kind of the reason giants aren't a big thing anymore these days. He dealt with a lot of them. He pushed a lot of them into the dwarf giant hills over in Ajabiata, and then just into kind of reclusive hiding up in Saznak. Let's see, what else? Yeah, that's about what you would know. Okay, actually, with a 31, you would probably know a little bit more than that. There is one important detail near the end of his life that you would almost certainly know with a 31. You would know that near the end of his life, he. There's not a lot of information known about why or how exactly it ended, but he rallied up 1,024 men that he believed to be of honor and value and mighty soldiers and warriors, and they all just kind of disappeared. Some people kind of speculate that it was a cult. Some people thought that it was for a grand or important journey across the sea to the northeast. There were rumors of distant lands that he wanted to visit. But he kind of went on a little bit of a recruitment campaign to find the mightiest soldiers that are willing to go with him, and he sailed east and was never seen again.
I like this guy.
He's like a less charming you.
And a less successful me.
This is look. He didn't even get very far. Well, do you think he's under this lava flow?
Boy, what did the skull just said that he was right here when he died, basically?
Yeah, he seems to be in kind of a super or a daze. He looks around expecting him to be like right nearby and is surprised to see that he isn't.
I wonder if he made it on, like, past here.
He had like immense control over flames, it seems, or some sort of elemental spark. Perhaps he survived this. Though it seems the lava was not what killed these people. Maybe we should ask what did.
Yeah, that seems like a wise choice.
Alright. He doesn't seem to know that he's dead. I feel like if I ask him that, he's gonna freak out.
It is all right. This is not real.
Would it be worth asking if he knows anything about Tom Morello's bones?
I guess we could. We like aged Tom Morello, didn't we? I can't remember now.
Like the age of his bones.
Yeah, like roughly. Did we figure that out, or did I make that up in my head?
God, this is why I need to start that spreadsheet.
He was real old. Like
He was real old. I'm just wondering if he was 250 years old,
And I
or
age
if
it
he came
now?
after.
The cup.
With medicine proficiency, can I just take a look at these two sets of bones and see if they're approximately as old as each other?
You could attempt it, sure. Yeah, go on. You guys can work together to give me a medicine check to try to compare them. I would allow either medicine or like archaeology if anybody has anything like that.
It'll be pretty tough to compare the two since one was in a nice
Scorched
crypt
in
and the other
lava.
is
Right.
scorched under lava.
Right, exactly. It's a bit of a rough comparison.
I, in real life, don't have medicine proficiency. I don't know if there'd be a way to tell, but Nordo does.
I mean, there definitely is. Just
Yeah, with 20 and 22, it's really hard to tell just because they're preserved in such vastly different states. You would at least get the sense that the bones of Tomarello, they would not look like they look nice. They look like they've been kept in a nice place and haven't deteriorated much. It's hard to imagine those bones being 250 years old unless they were taken care of very, very well. And you found them in a decent crypt, sort of, but they were kind of like strewn across a dusty like table. Or no, I'm sorry, that was the other dude that you went in there for. They were, I don't know, they were kept okay. It's a little hard to say. Yeah, 2022, not quite enough to make that comparison.
Hard to tell.
I guess it couldn't hurt to just ask. That's what question number 3 gives us 2 more to wrap things up if we need to.
Right, we're just asking how he died.
Oh, I was thinking asking if he knows anything about Tom Morello.
Oh, okay, that works. Alright, should I ask what he knows about Tom Morello? Because Otherwise, he could just say yes.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
All right. What do you know about Tom Morello?
I'm afraid I don't know that name at all.
No problem. All right. Timor.
What killed them?
I think either what killed them or I think Norton might be on the right track and ask what they were doing here in the first place.
Yeah.
At the very least, we know that they weren't doing anything Tom Morello.
Let's ask what they were doing and then base our next question off of the answer for that.
I like that idea.
All right. What were you doing here?
Captain Layton sought to enter the Roost to learn more of the Phoenix and the Plane of Fire and how we might be able to bring balance back to this land.
Okay. Kind of seems like why we're here, sort of, but not really. Kind of.
Kind of.
All right. Last question. Asking how he died.
Yeah, I don't know what else useful we could get out of him. Sounds like we have to find these keys, and he's not going to know where the captain went.
Okay.
Did the captain keep the keys in some special way? In a magic bag or just on his person? With a necklace? Like the key
Actually,
that we need is pretty big, right?
Before you ask next question, let me read something.
Okay.
Can I do like a insight check?
Sure. It's a little
I can
bit.
wait. I can wait. The last question if you want.
Throw it out whenever, and I'll give you a rough read on all of it if you pick anything up.
Lowest it can be is a 21.
Cool. So far, no signs of malice. Seems a little dazed, a little confused, that he's only telling you what he knows, but he doesn't seem to be holding anything back maliciously or otherwise.
I kind of forgot they could lie with Speak with Ted. That's, that's important knowledge.
So
Only if they really have a reason to.
if we want, and I don't know that this would be helpful at all, but I do have locate object prepped for the day. If we could like figure out if the key had a name or what it looked like or something like that, I might be able to track it that way. If that seems feasible.
It's not the worst idea.
But if it's in like a bag of holding or something like you said, it's probably not going to be able to track it inside a bag of holding.
Still, it's better than nothing. And if nothing else, we at least would know if it was either in the area or that it's definitely not in our plane.
All right, well, that's my vote then. Getting either a name for the key or a description or both.
Alternatively, we could go with the age-old magic question of, is a body a creature or an object? And if you can locate the captain's body with that, presumably he may still have it on him. And if he doesn't, it means it was probably taken by something else, in which case it could be anywhere at this point.
Do I know of anything from my like time with the order? Do like captains carry like a captain's badge or some kind of sigil of their rank that I could track?
Quite possibly. It'd be historical knowledge. We're looking 250 years back. Go and give me a history check. Yeah, you would be aware that, so it depends on whether this guy was a captain for, like, the Willing Quet military or for the Order of Adra. But based on the armor that you see here, you suspect it's probably for the Order of Adra. Which means that, I mean, they've worn pretty close to the same thing throughout the years, at least as far as decorations go. Armor has gotten better, technology has gotten better, but they use a lot of the same decorations. And you would know that captains often had kind of this fancy little crest that was put on their pauldrons, as well as a badge that was placed near their heart. And you could probably search for either one of those.
If the key thing doesn't work out, I do know a couple different ways to track the captain, just based on his armor, probably.
That would probably be enough then.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's probably enough. I mean, let's just, well, if it's not in 1,000 feet, I guess it won't yield results immediately. It lasts for a minute. I'll go ahead and cast Locate Object on either one of the symbols that might help me locate this guy and just see if I get like a ping of anything.
Alright, you begin to kind of attune yourself to the magic around you, following the weave for any bonds of sympathy towards items that match those descriptions. And you do not sense any within 1,000 feet of you.
Direction should we go?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not feeling anything within 1,000 feet of me, but I mean, we've got Windwalk. We can make pretty good
Just,
speed, and we know the rough path.
It's
So
true.
Just keep following the path up the way the kobolds go. Presumably that leads somewhere.
Still leaves us with the last question, though. Do we want to know how they died? Keep our eyes open.
Couldn't hurt. Know what to look out for. Make sure it doesn't get us too.
Windwalk. It takes 1 minute to go back into Mistworm.
Yeah, I think maybe knowing to, what to keep eyes out for. So if we need to land when we find the captain, we're not ambushed by something we aren't expecting.
Okay. Alright, weird question probably for you, but how'd you die?
His head kind of sloops a little, and you can see he looks down at his hands, as if he's disconnected, dreaming, or having a realization. If I'm dead, then I must have fallen to the elementals. We're at war, at constant war, with all of the other elements. Earth and wind and water, they join against us, they rise to stop us. They track us here, even to the heart of our power. I was just fighting them, and he kind of looks around in a daze. And as he kind of looks around in the super, you can practically see in his eyes the battle that he thought was going on just a moment ago. And he lets out one final breath. Ash rises up into the air, and the body collapses back down to the ground.
All right. We got a few minutes, right, Bo? Let's get moving, see if we can find it.
Yeah, I can cast it a few times if we need to.
I will do a quick scan for like birds that are within range for me to tempt them with some fruit and mushrooms.
There's a handful that have kind
Once
of
my spell's done.
gathered out of curiosity, and it ends a few minutes after this Speak with Dead ritual ends. And yeah, you can give me an animal handling check to try to make friends with one of them. With advantage, because of the ability to talk to them and bribe them.
Terrific.
Easy enough. They seem a little curious about you. They're looking over all of this, and they seem intrigued by what's going on. Tiny little kind of brownish black sparrow-looking bird.
Excellent. Hey, just got a couple questions. Y'all got a minute? You ever see anybody go up to the top of that there mountain?
Every once in a while, I guess. It's been a little bit.
What sort of people?
Smaller than you. Like that one. And he kind of points over to Gale. Except not as bright. They sneak up on us. They're sneaky. They look like the lava or the stone all around. Black all over and black eyes. Like shadows crawling up the mountains, and then they gobble us up. Gotta stay away. Gotta stay away. Your friend there, he's not so good at hiding though. I saw him coming a long way away.
Yeah, he won't do you any harm. He's gentle. Nobody else though. It's just them. What goes up there?
Yeah, for the most part. There's some beetles that are pretty tasty that come by, and every couple of weeks there's a big flock of them. We try to be here for that. And then every now and then, the big lizards fly over up and down. and just I don't know. He doesn't ever land or mess with us. He just kind of flies up to the top and then back. Sometimes down to his tower.
Big lizard. You talking like real big, like bigger than the ship you just saw up there a little bit ago?
Oh yeah, bigger than that for sure. A little bit bigger.
And it lives up in the mountain, you think?
I don't know. It's a little hard to say. I think most of the time it lives down there. There's some water down there that smells funny, and some weird buildings. The buildings are too small for it, I think, but there's a big tower that might work.
And where does this bird indicate?
Kind of back down to the southwest.
Okay. Cool. All right then. This is a little bit out there, but you seem like a insightful fella. You ever see any animals around here that don't act natural, don't behave like a normal animal? Maybe, or even see someone about the size of me or my friends here turn into an animal?
Oh boy. No, nothing like that. Just the birds and the beetles, and the big flying ones, and then the skulky shadows on the mountain, and that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. Here's a little more seed for you, and I'll pass on that information to the group. But what we thought we saw at that Kuto village was true. There's a dragon around here somewhere. Birds seen him. Nobody goes up to the mountain except for kobolds, though, apparently.
Do they know what color it is?
Well, what color is that big lizard you just seen flying around?
Black like a flying shadow.
Black like a flying shadow.
Oh,
Sounds friendly.
Oh boy,
Like-
more flying shadows. Great.
Like the kobolds, I suppose.
how about out Gale?
Yeah.
Perhaps it's a relative of the Ozblood, or is Oz
I don't
green?
think so. They were both green.
Then this one is probably not related. Good thing. Let us see if it is evil.
All right, let's get looking while we still got Moat spell up. We can talk about the dragon in a bit. Don't suppose there's anything we can do about it right now.
All right, real quick before we move on, Ace, what's up?
It's completely off topic, but I wanted to do this real quick, if that's okay.
Hit me.
Hey, Zeke, could you get your wife for a second?
Oh right, of course.
She's already gone to bed, I'm afraid.
Oh,
I know what you
no.
wanted to do, and I'm so sorry. I
hate
Yeah.
you so much.
I'm sorry. I would
Could
get her if
you-
she wasn't asleep.
Could you
I
just
promise I would.
Do we
Okay.
allow these to be banked, or is it like is he just shit
Oh
out of
no.
luck because he
no,
waited?
no, it has to happen on your birthday. I mean, you could use it on. You could deliver it by proxy to anyone. Like, I don't know. Does Frisk have anyone with him at the moment, or anyone? Does anyone?
I
have
just
it
really
for-
wanted to slap you back. I just needed vengeance.
I was gonna say
I
I
know,
don't
I'm
think he's using
sorry.
it for initiation. I think he's using it for revenge, which is the
Yeah, no,
purest use
it
of a
is.
birthday slap.
It is, but they can't be banked, unfortunately.
2 a.m., so there's no one here.
I assure you, there is no one that holds the birthday slap more sacred than I do. And if she was awake, I would tell her to come down here and slap me in the face. And when she did, I would say, "Thank you. Can I have another?" But I can't do that. 'Cause
And then
she's
she would reply, no, and she
no,
just
you
walk
may
away.
not. That would be very rude, is what she would say.
Very
All right, fine. I'm assuming I can't have you slap yourself. It's fine. I'll just wait
I'll
until
do it
next
right now
year.
if you
No,
want me
I'll
to.
wait until next year.
I'll
I just
key up
feel
right
like
now and slap my face as hard as I can. If you
I
want
just
me
feel like it'd be really satisfying for Sylvia to do it. 'Cause I feel like she just wouldn't hold back that much.
to. No, of course not. You can't. It's a birthday slap.
Understand this tradition.
I still have 3 hours. I'll think about it.
Okay.
I'm over there.
That is all. We can continue.
All right, let's continue. You guys, assuming you're done here, turn back into mist and continue your way down the mountain. It is another hour and a half or so to get all the rest of the way back down. But eventually, actually, give me perception checks, 2 of you, as you approach.
I'll do it.
Me too.
Assuming no pings from my locate
Wait.
object.
I
Correct.
get advantage. I didn't roll it.
Oh, look at that.
look at that, 33.
All right, let's see here. As you guys are making your way back down, off in the distance, pretty much at maximum viewing distance, probably 2.5, 3 miles away, a glint of light, a bizarre shape, a large shape catches your eye, Ace. Nord is able to spot it later, but it isn't until you guys get much closer, and by the time he spots it, it's already beginning to fly away. You spot down in this area, let me get over to this map so I can mark it, the closer of the two settlements, around here, where you had spotted the jet black kobolds before, you spot several of them that are all kind of gathered in a semicircle around this kind of dead field over here towards the northwest side of town.
Hey, Steven.
Yes.
Sylvia's awake. She just walked down the stairs.
Oh, Sylvia. Is it possible for you to have your mic on when this happens?
Yeah, I'll just key up and she'll do it. Then we don't have to take
Oh
a
my
video.
god, I'm
I'm just
so
gonna hold the key
excited.
down. I'm just gonna hold it down. She's gonna slap my face right now. Yep, right now. Thank you. Steven, can I have another?
No, it would be rude.
Okay.
The deed is done.
Thank you, Sylvia.
He says thank you. All right, we can carry on.
Very important business. You see this semicircle of kobolds that are kind of waiting in an open field, and in the center of them, looming over all of them, is a very large dragon. From a distance, it's hard to make out the color, but Ace, you're able to spot it, and you're able to spot it because there's glints of light off of it that you hadn't expected. And you can see that it is, in fact, not a black dragon, but a very, very large silver dragon. And it seems to be kind of just looming menacingly over all of them. You see that several of them begin to push forward carts or barrels or wheelbarrows that are filled with sulfur not sulfur. They are filled with.
Is it gems and silks in a rock?
It's the gems. It is precious stones, silvers, gold, all unrefined, uncut. It's just these precious metals. It is not no silks and textiles, unfortunately.
Any
Good
regular
Methuselah.
stones or burnt elders?
You are able to watch the whole thing. You see that there is no death, no violence, no fighting. The dragon is very menacing. You can see that several times he stoops down real low, gets right up in these kobolds' faces, and they seem obviously intimidated by him. But it appears that they are giving him some sort of tribute. He scoops it all up into a couple of his claws and then begins to fly off back towards the tower. The kobolds immediately scatter back to their homes. And this is still a very long distance off. You spotted it from very, very far away, Ace. But you're able to see that all of this happens probably about 15 minutes before you actually get there.
Well, they aren't fighting, so that means they've heard the story, have listened to the moral of it.
They took away the wrong moral.
I will BRB real quick.
I was busy recovering from a slap. Someone give me the 10-second version of what we just saw. Kobolds giving treasure to a dragon?
Yeah. Methuselah was being offered gifts by kobolds.
Excellent.
Of kobolds bringing it to it. It went to the kobolds and then flew off with it.
Then where was that happening relative to us?
Kind
Far
of in
away.
this northern village up here.
Okay, cool. And we're like over here?
You're way up to the northeast.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, but you'll be there in about 20 minutes, moving very, very quickly as windwalk form.
Is my angel keeping up?
Yeah, I assume it's able to take the same form. Oh,
No.
right, it wasn't there. Then no, it's probably not able to keep up.
It's like it can fly like I think 40 feet per round, so it's trying.
It's trying.
Every time we stop, it eventually catches up.
Yeah, it can
we
dash,
examine
and you guys can't dash, but even with dashing, it's only moving less than a third of your speed.
We can dash. Specifically, it's the only action we can take.
Wait, can you? Oh, shit.
Yeah. We can only dash or revert.
Gotcha. Perfect.
So wait, Are we currently moving away from the volcano?
Yeah. My understanding is that you guys are moving. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you guys wanted to, I believe the plan was to come back down and talk to people. But please
Well,
correct me if I
the-
misunderstood that.
I think the idea, if I was understanding correctly, was get located object up and then proceed like up the volcano and try to find where Captain whatever his name is buried.
Gotcha.
Presuming that he got further up than
Okay.
his crew did. I don't know if
Gotcha.
that's true or not. That was my understanding though.
Thankfully, that doesn't change a ton. You guys spotted this path and the armor that was buried about 20 minutes down from the caldera. So you're able to kind of head back up in that direction with locate object still active. Do a pretty thorough sweep. And double checking. Nope, Moat does not get any sort of pings for either of the decorations that he's looking for.
I hate that this is what I think is the most likely, but it seems most likely was if them bodies been buried for a couple 100 years and kobolds is real good at digging stuff up. I reckon the key we need is probably sitting in that dragon's pile of treasure that the kobolds bring him.
It doesn't seem unreasonable.
Why is a silver dragon here?
It was silver?
It was silver. Yeah,
What?
I saw that it was silver. It's that your bird didn't know colors.
Apparently not. Are birds colorblind? I'm gonna look
I
this
don't
up.
know.
No,
two
birds can
dragons
see
here.
birds can see colors. I think they might be able to see either just as many colors as us or maybe a little
Birds
bit
are
more.
very
There are
good at
two
seeing color.
dragons. Is this
Possible that there's more than one dragon.
is this
It's true.
my Frost Mountain dragon situation story?
I mean, the symbol to get a firebird's roost is two, snakes eating each other. It could just be a strange representation of two dragons fighting over the island.
That could be true.
So what all did I
The-
miss?
You think on the opposite side of the island it's like frozen?
I would assume not, but I'm not a volcano expert.
Judging by our map, I don't think that's true. But also, the last place we went, we raised a bunch of islands up, so who knows?
Yeah. Do you think dragons are capable of camouflaging themselves? Perhaps this one covered itself in soot, though I do not know why it would hide or disguise itself. Also, it is silver now. Are there dragons that are like chameleons that can change their color?
History or Arcana, and Gale can do the second on this, or anybody else that knows a lot about dragons.
Gale Arcana and I'll do history.
You should do Arcana.
You got history.
Nomad, you would know that some dragons can cast spells, and those could potentially be used to alter their appearance.
It's not a natural thing. Maybe.
So that
So I-
is definitely at least one possibility. Gale would know that green dragons are very often capable of natural camouflage.
Dragons can have stings and can be camouflaged. That's pretty cool.
Well, I guess this one could be Dalsey's family after all then, if he's pretending to be black, pretending to be silver. Or maybe not.
Possible. I don't really know what the extent of their camouflage is. I think the theory that they're covering themselves in like soot or something is also possible given the location.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
a dirty dragon.
Should we head down and talk to him? I don't think we're going to find too many answers just speculating about it.
Yeah, I can maybe try and talk to them.
Where are we going?
Lead the way.
To the kobolds.
Oh, where did the kobolds come from?
So there's this village right here that I'm currently pinging on the map that's full of kobolds that are giving treasure to a big dragon.
Oh, I thought that was the village where the Kuatoa were.
No, they're like over here, I think, maybe?
Southwest.
Nope, over here. There's like one Kuatoa village and one kobold village.
Got it.
And the bird says the kobolds go up to the volcano, but nobody else does.
I bet that's where they keep getting their treasure from. They're probably going into the plane of fire, pulling treasure out of it and giving it to that dragon. Surely there's not too much of value here.
I imagine they just, when we see all that metal on that path, imagine they're just mining. If I'm to understand, kobolds are pretty good miners. Generally, I guess probably not all of them.
Well, let's go find out then.
All right. You guys make your way back down, and then we catch up. As you guys approach, you do see the silver dragon, as mentioned, and that puts you about 20 minutes away. And if the plan is to just continue down, you can either kind of drop down in the middle of all these kobolds that have just retreated to these buildings. The tower is maybe another 10 or 15 minutes beyond that, and then the Kuatoa town is another 10 minutes beyond that. So it's up to you where you guys want to land.
Drop right in the middle of the town.
Good enough for me.
All right.
I'll fight 100 kobolds and a dragon, see if I won't.
Excellent. You guys kind of drop down right in the middle of all of these buildings, and as you do, you can see that they are scant, they are damaged. Many of them appear to have been kind of ravaged by large claws, or just kind of busted in with a large tail. Some of them are still in shape, some of them have been recently repaired, some of them have just been carved into the sides of mountains. And you kind of reform in the middle of a large little cluster of these buildings, changing back from these spinning, kind of dusty wind shapes into your humanoid forms. And nothing immediately happens. Nobody springs out, nobody starts an attack. But after maybe 20 or 30 seconds of just kind of silence, a few of you that have good perception probably notice a handful of just like cautiously blinking eyes lurking in the darkness. It's bizarre because their eyes are jet black all the way over. You just see the glisten of a specular reflection off of them as they blink in place. But then you do see out of a tent down to the southwest, there is one jet black kobold, jet black eyes, that kind of stumbles out of a tent carrying several large bags, probably like twice the size of himself. And he just kind of like starts walking out over towards another building, and can't really see around it until he like turns a corner and suddenly realizes that there's 8 strangers standing right next to him. And he throws the bags into the air, nearly lands on his ass, and begins scrambling back to a building and starts running off. Oh, no, no!
Do not be alarmed.
Who are you? What are you doing?
I'm Gale. These are my friends. We're from a guild called We Are Legion.
Okay. It's probably not safe for you to be here. Be on your merry way now.
We will. We just need we're actually kind of lost, and we were trying to get up to the mountain. But there's a door that's locked.
No.
We were wondering if you've seen the key.
No, you shouldn't go to the mountain. Nobody should go to the mountain. The mountain's off limits. Definitely nothing to see at the mountain.
But we have gifts to offer the dragon that lives there.
Give me a persuasion check. He kind of looks at you and at all of your friends, and then up towards the sky, nervously and obviously several times. And he kind of like runs over and he starts collecting these bags, and he hoists one over his shoulder and kind of tucks the other under his arm. He's like, okay, all right, come with me. Keep your voices down, keep your heads down, get inside, real quick. And he kind of leads you back over to this tent.
I'll follow him.
Can I make an
follow
insight
Gale.
check? Is he going to pull us into a tent and slit all our throats?
Sure, give me an insight check.
Try.
He's scared, he's nervous, he's not armed, he's a tenth of the size of most of you. He looks like he's not afraid of you, he's afraid of the dragon or something else. You don't get any immediately obvious hint that he has malicious intent.
Okay, cool. I'll follow as well.
That's fair.
I'll sort of bring up the rear and whatever building he leads us into, unless it's a big deep dungeon or something, I'm going to just kind of stand outside the door and keep an eye out for dragons.
I'll stick pretty close to Gale and keep an eye out for like anything suspicious.
Alright, as you are led back into this tent. He quickly like hurries you all in. It's a pretty large tent. It's plenty big enough for like several people to stand in, and there's some tables set up and kind of a lounge area. And it's meant for kobolds, but it's very large even for kobolds. You're all able to make your way inside with no problem. But it is very dark inside, and especially once he kind of like folds the flap in behind you. Those of you with dark vision, though, can tell that just like frozen, like deer cotton headlights are probably 6 or 7 other kobolds. Some kind of like literally hiding in corners. Others were sitting at chairs or tables and are now looking awkwardly at all these strangers that have just been brought into the tent. And one of them, kind of an older woman, who was sitting on what appears to be the largest chair at the middle of one of these tables, looks over, not at you, but at the kobold that let you all inside, and she's like, "What are you doing? Why did you bring them in here? What was gotten into you? Are you trying to get us all killed? Are you crazy?" He's like, "Oh no, they've got tribute for the dragon. Yeah, it's okay. They said they were going to go to the mountain, and I told them not to go to the mountain because nobody's allowed to go to the mountain. Miss, I was just making sure nobody went to the mountain. So here they are, not going to the mountain." And she kind of looks at him and then back to all of you, and eventually kind of climbs down. And she starts to waddle up with her arms crossed behind her back, looking a little bit grumpy, for those of you that can see in the dark. And just kind of looks over all of you, and then eventually comes and stops face to face with Gale. "What is the meaning of this? Who are you? How did you get here?"
I'm Gale. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are here to offer some tribute to the dragon at the top of the mountain. Specifically, this, and I'm going to pull out the stillborn soul staff.
Ooh.
It's very important that we get it to him, but it has to be put in Firebird's roost, and the key has gone missing, and we were wondering if you had seen it.
Give me deception or performance or persuasion. Either one is kind of appropriate here. You work with the dragon then, huh? You're with him?
With him is a subjective term.
You come to his land. You bring him goods. Listen, if you want to go up to the Firebird's Roost, you're going to have to talk to him anyway, so why don't you just go talk with your buddy dragon, cool dude, who you're friends with, apparently. We don't have it. He's got it. He took it. Everyone knows that.
Okay. I take it that you're not pleased with his leadership?
Leadership? Ah! I'm a leader. That's not a leader. He's a monster. He's a terrible monster. The only people he can lead are the mindless, brain-dead fish down south.
So I take it you're not pleased with his tyrannical dictatorship.
No, of course not. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. We used to be unified. We used to be strong. We used to work together. We used to own this mountain.
Can I make an insight check?
Sure, go for it.
Guys, I'm so excited.
She's riled up. She's contemptuous. She doesn't like this dragon. She doesn't like that you guys are bringing it things. She doesn't like that you're trying to get into Firebird's Roost. She got real, like, a little bit salty when you mentioned the key, and she's upset that she doesn't have it.
Well, you're in luck. We're gonna go kill him and take that key, go into Firebird's Roost, but after that, you're kind of welcome to do what you want.
Okay.
Thanks for the information. Let's go.
Sure. While you're doing it, make sure to deal with all the bastards down south. All the Ashen. The ghost fish or whatever.
Kuatoa?
Yeah, because if you don't, they're just gonna, like, I don't know, do some weird prayer shit and turn it back into a god and it'll come back to life anyway. I don't know. They've got some terrible witchcraft. I don't know how it all works.
What's going on this island?
Good to know. Can you not kill them?
No, they're on the other side of this mountain range. If we try to go over there, the dragon stops us.
Okay, well, what if the dragon's not here?
Potentially we could do it, I guess. I don't know. They've turned barbaric. They used to be so civilized. We used to work together. We used to, like... this place was so nice until the dragon showed up.
Were they always white?
As far as I've known.
No, man, you can't just ask somebody if they've always been white.
She looks over
I-
towards Moat a little bit, and she's like, madness, betrayal, intrigue, more betrayal. Mostly lots of betrayal, actually.
Sounds exhausting.
It has been. Here's the thing. We all used to work together. We controlled this place. It's a very important place. I'm sure you've figured that out. It's a place of honor and elemental power and magic, a gateway to the plane of fire. Tremendously important. We've survived here for generations. Generations of generations. Tremendously important. We've survived ecological disaster. We've we've lived through things that have wiped out other civilizations, all because we're smart. We use our heads, we think for ourselves, and we stick together. We coordinate. We work as a team. But then these Ashen, they got greedy, the ghost fish, and they I don't know, they prayed or something. You know how Kuatoa are. They prayed themselves up a big old dragon god, and they started to worship him. And they stole their half of the key. And they tucked it all away, and now they want to control the volcano just for themselves. And they send the dragon down to take all of our goods from us and eat our babies sometimes and scour our homes and keep us in line. I don't even know why they keep us around. I thought they would have killed us by now. Some people think that they're harvesting us for meat.
Isn't a real dragon then?
No, of course not. It's some weird Kuatoa god for all I know.
Okay. All right, friends. Should we just go fight this thing?
Seems like we're gonna have to.
Okay. Do you mind if I give them these friendos a gift?
Are the Frindos the dragons, or are they the ghost fish?
No, you.
Oh, well, us?
Also, this is a private conversation. Stop eavesdropping.
Oh,
It's rude.
I'm sorry.
Did I hear him right? The dragon's got one half of this key, and the Kotoa's got the other.
Yeah.
No. They ain't got any interest in helping us fight, do they? Not that I want to rope them up into something that they ain't ready for or nothing, but
Yeah, I just, like, if they're going to go fight, I want to make sure that they have something to kind of help with that.
If they're to be believed and the Kuatoa have created this dragon, then by annihilating the Kuatoa, the dragon ceases to exist.
Hmm.
I just kind of give Nomad a look.
just 2 weeks ago I was annihilating Kuatoa for kidnapping children, but oh, I'm the bad guy.
I know. This is why I look at you and say, this is your tactic. Just trying to suggest it where anyone else does.
I don't. I
Are
think
you
the
telling
last time
me
we
we have all
genocide.
learned and not lean toward genocide? Because that would make
Yeah.
me very proud of all of you.
Yeah, I
Right.
think that like genocide didn't end well for any of us. So why don't we start with the dragon, and then if it's on, we can go and use that to pressure the Kuatoa to stop being huge dicks.
Seems like a wise choice.
However, just in case that doesn't work, I would like to give the Scalding Moon amulet to this lovely lady here,
We should leave them with
just in
something.
case they do need to go and just bring the hammer down.
Yes, fine by me. Give them something to work with.
All right, here you go.
I agree with your strategy too, Gail. These kobolds here, or these Kuatoa here, they don't seem like they're, well, necessarily doing anything wrong. Don't see any reason we gotta go kill them all.
I mean, they are, just they did sick a dragon to eat these kobolds' babies, but that's fine.
Only because it fell out of balance and they lost,
Be
the
balanced.
order of things.
Did they do that? I missed that bit. Sorry, I was keeping watch out here.
Here is the problem with
Yeah,
the
never mind. Let's just
Kuatoa.
kill them all.
They have no proper ambition. They have no views of the future. I do not know how they learned to worship a dragon. This certainly cannot be something they created on their own. Someone brought them a dragon idol. Someone must be doing this to them.
Either way, I think Gail's right. We start by taking out the dragon, and then Kuatoa will be easier to deal with one way or another.
It seems like because we have the mist forms, we can go to the Kuatoa really fast and the dragon can't get to us. If we find out what's going on there and convince him the dragon is no longer a god, the dragon ceases to become a god.
What's that? Is that how it works? Something can just lose its being a god on account of people stop thinking it's a god?
If they think something else is a god, then that one becomes a god, and the other one
Is
sees.
this just another way for you to get more worshippers? No, man, I see right through this.
I have no clue what you are trying to imply.
Insight check. Ooh,
Ooh.
And you get the sense that Nomad has worked with Kuatoa enough, he knows how they work. And this is all practical. Like, if you make them worship this rock, they will turn that into a god, and the dragon will cease being a god.
but he does intend to make them worship like a rock or something, not to take the dragon's worship for himself. Where
Oh,
can I
he
get
has
that?
he has the Kuatoa at home for that.
Okay, cool, got it.
We have Kuatoa in
Also-
the fridge.
We have Kuatoa in the fridge.
You also get the sense that, like, the Kuatoa at home, he doesn't want them to turn him into a god either, not without experimentation.
Understood. Good to know.
So just to go here and say turn me into a god with Kuatoa he doesn't know, it's like,
My only problem is I'd be a little bit worried if we fly down to them Kuatoa and try to convince them to worship something else and they don't, and then we got to fight all them Kuatoa and the dragon at the same time. Whereas
the
if we
dragon will take
catch-
time to get there, I assume.
I
feel like we've
don't
gotta-
know how much though.
I feel like if we come from a stronger standpoint, talking to them Kuatoa, if we come in and say, "We killed your god, now listen to us."
Yeah,
Just-
that worked last time, so
Yeah.
I feel like that should be our go-to.
Work
And-
again, vote.
If we are to face the dragon first, shall we make preparations to do so?
That seems like a wise choice.
My axe is plenty
I'm ready.
sharp. What are you talking about?
Nomad holds up the fucking casket of explosives. So, you remember that I have been harnessing all these for a while now. We put it in with the offerings, and while it flies off, we explode it.
I do like,
I like
the
it.
idea.
You know what? Sure.
I do like the idea of setting some sort of ambush for the dragon. I mean, if he comes here, just set some sort of trap when he lands here.
And
Bring
even
it.
let the kobold lady use her new necklace to do it.
I say if
No,
we
the
can-
whole point of that is so that if the Kuatoa attack them, she can just snap her fingers and deal with the problem.
Completely, yeah. But that would mean somewhat of a genocide, so you know.
Yeah,
If-
but it's not me doing it, so
it's you just enabling them, someone else to do it.
But also, if
You're
she,
arming them to perform a genocide.
but like, if she does a lot of damage to this dragon, it will be very good for her mentally and emotionally, I think.
for the
Uh,
record, also that amulet is very slow acting. I don't
Oh.
think that the dragon is going to get hit by it.
I do like the idea of the ambush also on account of because dragons are real good fighting on their home turf, just like anybody is. But if we spring a trap while he's unawares right here where they're giving the offerings, he doesn't see it coming.
But
Yeah,
what
it
about
seems
all
like
the
a good call.
wyverns?
Lair actions.
So wait, the wyverns, were they always here? Who are they for? Who works with the wyverns?
Why is this at her?
Druid.
Is this at the at leader lady? Or is
Yeah,
it
like
to the
they're-
party?
Yeah, the wyverns at the tower.
I mean, we don't see any wyverns. It's just the dragon. I mean, there's probably a whole spawn of weird fish angels or whatever they've got up there. I have no doubt, but we just see the dragon comes down to about once a
That-
week to get tribute.
The wyverns must belong to the SSLC or something, right?
That of the Blue Order.
Blue Order, yeah. Or they're all working together.
Also possible. Well, I like this explosion in the offerings plan.
Then Gale can explode it with a gunshot, right?
My one hesitation with this plan is that if we do it here, it puts everyone here at risk. and I would.
Oh no,
prefer that
no.
not
We
happen.
let it fly over toward the volcano.
No, but if it catches us,
Catches us.
putting explosives in its offerings,
No, you can disguise it.
um, people can, you know, see through disguises sometimes.
Oh, but here's the thing:
You
some of
people
the
want
offerings they've given are just literally sulfur. A simple coating of sulfur over it will completely cover the fact that this is explosive powder. It already has sulfur in it.
you and your people want your island back, don't you?
Of course we do. We do anything. This place is sacred. This is a holy ground for a long time. It's been defiled.
Well, that's what we're here to do. So, do you think you could help us and then back off to a safe distance and let us finish the dragon off?
Give me a persuasion check. And Gale, you've already presented this ring, right? Or the
Amulet.
amulet.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She steps up to the two of you and kind of looks back and forth between the two of you and back down to the amulet, and then she looks up at Moat, and she looks at your tabard, and she kind of like, without even saying anything, just starts to trace the 5 circles with her fingers, and she squints up at you, these jet black eyes that really have no distinction between people in Sclera, but you can tell that she's kind of reading your face, and then she looks back over to Gale.
Ooh.
Your kind has been here before, and you were helpful. She extends a hand and says, I'm Chris Shear. We are fewer than we were the last time that your order visited. Hundreds of years ago, it must have been. We have almost no record of any of these things, but if you'll help us get this place back, then we'll do what we can to help.
You're hundreds of years old.
No, of course not. No, my goodness, no. I'm fresh and spry. I'm only 70.
Well, Chris, name's Moat, and I'd be happy to help. We're gonna get your island back to you guys.
It'll be a shame seeing all of those ghost fish go. We were close once upon a time, but
They do not have to go. We will find out.
well, if they're just going to keep summoning gods over and over, then maybe it's for the best. This place is
Well,
riddled to the brim with potential elemental energy. It's a safe haven for them. It's a perfect spawning ground. They've got those sulfur pools. They breed like nuts, and then they conjure up these gods, and it'll just be another dragon tomorrow if it's not this one.
If the
perhaps we
Phoenix
can
was back,
choose-
would he be able
yeah.
to control them?
Oh, maybe, possibly. I'm sure, probably.
Tell us what you know about the Phoenix.
We know that apparently this is where the Phoenix was born from, or at least from Firebird's Roost, which is accessed from the top of the mountain. We used to have one of the halves of the key that opened that portal, and each of our clans guarded one half, and we worked together, opening it only in times of dire emergency or when the Phoenix needed to be reborn. The last time it happened was... oh boy. All of our records are trapped in the Roost, you see, but if I remember what my grandma told me, it's probably been 200, 300 years or so since the last time it was opened. He doesn't stick around, it's an elemental. It's hard to say where it goes. It's just one step short of a god, really. It goes where it's needed. But
Well,
We're-
right now,
we're
it's in me.
we're the clutch keepers. It's in you.
I am the Phoenix. Or maybe just a vessel of it, but I do need to get into Firebird's Roost.
Interesting.
He likes to think that anyway.
Interesting. Well,
So maybe we could, make genocide a plan B and try to resurrect the Phoenix first.
Plan C. I try to steer away from genocide.
alright. We'll call it Plan C
Oh,
then.
it is always an option.
Plan C for Kuatoa. Or maybe it's Q, I forget.
K. If we
K?
bring it to Plan K, I do not mind.
Oh.
That means there are other plans.
Alright.
The Kobold, Kuatoa, and Kenku all start with a K.
Well, if we're planning on setting an ambush, then we have anywhere between 1 and 5 weeks to prepare.
God.
All right, let's just go deal with him now.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of a long time frame.
When is the next time it'll come?
Usually he comes about once a week. Sometimes it's a little bit longer. It just kind of depends on how much we give him. We had a pretty good haul this time, so hopefully he'll be off of our backs for at least 2 weeks.
Is there a way for you to, I don't know, call him back, let him know you found something real special?
Oh, not that I know of. We could, like, I don't know, set some things on fire, maybe.
Does he have a name?
It, he does. Hang on. Let me go find it. It's important.
Because friend Nomad, do you think you could send him a message you sent him if we know his name?
Sure, I could try. It won't be. I've seen him. Yeah, I guess. Did I see him actually? Ace
Yeah,
saw
we
him.
saw him like picking up the treasures on the way down here.
I thought it was Ace who saw him.
Oh, right,
He
it
has
was
special
Ace
eyes.
with his special elf eyes.
His name is Argonixari.
Zach Braff? What? Argonaxari. Okay.
Did you say Zach Braff first?
Yeah.
How did you
Like Scrubs.
how did you get
okay?
Zach Braff from that?
I really like Scrubs.
How did you get Zach Braff from that though?
I was really thinking of Scrubs.
Okay.
Have you even been watching Scrubs lately?
It's been years.
I was gonna say it. Okay, all right.
First came to my mind for some reason, and I remember like Guy Love.
Between two guys.
Yeah, man. Hey Ace, which one of us is Turk and which one is JD?
Of the two of us,
Yeah, of Nomad and Ace.
Nomad's clearly JD.
I don't know. I haven't watched enough to really get a good idea.
Yeah, Nomad is definitely JD
The JD.
because you're fucking insane.
Fair.
So if we needed to set a trap for this dragon, he ain't gonna be back for a couple weeks. We gotta find a way to get him back early. Let's just say we do want to just go where he is. Do we know where he is?
Oh yeah, Lou's back up on that tower up on the mountain.
All right then. Well, that makes that part easy anyway. If we
Is he,
were,
are they pointing at the tower that we came from?
Yeah, he kind of like pokes his head or her head very cautiously out and kind of looks up to the sky to make sure it's safe, and then like points a finger up the ridge towards the tower where you guys initially came from.
Okay. Have you ever been in that tower recently?
Oh God, no! Nobody goes there and like survives. In fact, nobody goes there at all.
All right. Do you think there's anything innocent in there?
Anything innocent? No, it's probably just a whole bunch of Kuatoa and the dragon, if I had to guess.
All right. How about we combine plans of going immediately, but also setting a trap by? I have enough parts that I can probably put together a small trebuchet on the ship, and we can just fling the explosives at the tower and break the way in.
I thought you were going to say have Nomad blow it up.
seems good enough to me. What's Norderline's done to Ace? After saying, "Well, sounds good to me," and then he's done to Ace and says, "What's the Orcish word for trebuchet?"
Oonga boonga, big old slingshot.
Sure, that's what it is now.
All right then, Oonga boonga, big old slingshot. That I understand.
I have to imagine there's lots of hand movements because it's clearly not a direct translation.
Right.
You can probably just do a ballista instead. That's probably a bit better.
Only trouble with that is if we fight him over there, we're fighting all his little wyverns and such too. Whereas if we can lure him over here, it's just him. But
I agree. I still like luring him over here if we can. But I'll defer to the group, whatever we think is best here.
If we wait a few days or whatever, we can plan, create things, and I can get some magic back.
I mean, it's not like a rush job to get these bones where they need to go. I'd rather take a few days and plan things out if we feel like we can afford it.
The more time
Yeah.
Gil has, the more crazy things we've seen him build something in one action that blew off the wings of a dragon. What can he do in one day?
I mean, like these people clearly have a fire, and then they want to take this land back for themselves. Just because we're here to help doesn't mean they shouldn't be there too.
A few days is one thing, but he said it could be like a few weeks.
You would put some traps up and then cause a stir over here that brings them out.
Yeah, it's probably as best if we just take our time. It's not like we have anything else that's kind of pressing.
I say we have kind of finally got to a point where we can catch our breath a little bit. Not that this is the best place to do it, but it's the best time to do it, it seems like.
Does this mean we can talk to the Kuatoa now?
Yeah, it seems. I still think we shouldn't cross that bridge until the dragon's dealt with. If they're all loyal and faithful to this dragon that we're plotting to kill.
Why would they be loyal to the dragon?
They
Because it's their
created him,
god.
didn't they? He's their god. They made him into what he is.
So the Kuatoa created a dragon. Don't they create things that don't exist?
That's the thing. That's why I'm curious about it. It feels like someone brought them this. They wouldn't have made it unless someone brought them an idol of a dragon, or told them about a dragon, or a real
Couldn't
dragon
they just
came
start?
over here and
I don't know how any of this works, but couldn't they just start worshiping a wyvern and eventually it'd grow up to be a big old dragon?
now that you mention it, there are a lot of wyverns here, and they seem to be the same coloration, black with silver.
I was gonna say, it seems like to me anyway that they just, I mean, we've seen wyverns that were black and silver. It seems like they just probably started worshiping one of them on a whim, and then now it's a dragon.
Yeah, this dragon was black and silver as well, right? Or just pure silver?
The one that Ace
He
saw
saw
was
it
just
silver.
pure silver.
The Burns seen one that's black, and maybe it changes between.
There are some wyverns that are black, some that are silver, and some that are half black and silver. So maybe there are two dragons.
Can we just ask I'll ask the kobold lady, is it just one dragon? Because we done heard a black one and a silver one.
Oh god, I hope so. I hope it's just the one.
And it's always just silver, the one that talks to you.
Yeah, just a big silver dragon.
And you ain't never seen no black dragon around here. I can talk to animals sometimes, and they done told me there was a black dragon around here too.
Well, animals are stupid. They probably just thought it was, like the one color or something.
Oh, wait.
Now, if it was a black dragon, we'd probably get along with it, right? Like, look at us.
It actually makes sense if the bird saw the wyverns and called it a dragon.
Oh, because the bird done said that the thing he saw was bigger than our ship.
I don't think the bird is a liar.
No, animals don't tend
Animals
to.
capable of lying? Yes, they are.
Well,
They are.
anyone's capable of lying, and anyone's capable of just being misinformed. It's probably just a stupid animal making a stupid mistake. You can never trust anything.
Yes, I don't know any animal to tell me lies just for no reason unless I give it a reason to, and all I gave it was berries and nuts. But I do know
Could
some
have been
animals be
wrong.
pretty stupid.
Does anybody have the inscription handy?
Which inscription? Oh, I pull out my. They talk about the inscription that was on the mountain.
It has a pamphlet.
I have a picture.
How open are these kobolds to pamphlets?
What is that pamphlet for?
Here.
I'm
Fancy one.
I know. I know, but like, I look at it. I guess. Is this one of his? It's I Am God pamphlets.
Is.
Nomad.
Yeah.
This is read the room. These kobolds are upset with the Kuatoa for making a god. I don't think they're looking for another god to be thrown into the mix.
Do you not think they need a god of their own to help fight the Kuatoa's gods?
I want to say no, but I'm going to say no.
Do you have the other inscription from the key area?
Oh,
The
yes.
Death and death thing.
Let me go find it.
Oh yeah, it's like the serpents of death and death. It's kind of implying two dragons. Also, there's two snakes here eating each other's tail. There's got to be two dragons.
There's two snakes eating each other's tails. There's a silver and black dragon the Kuatoa are silver, the kobolds are black. There's a lot of yin and yang here, and I'm wondering if
Yeah, there has to be
there's
balance. Right?
correlation. And now that the Kuatoa and kobolds are fighting, it could be interpreted as eating each other.
Can I do an insight check on her saying that there's no black dragon?
Sure, go for it.
Or she secretly have a black dragon she's loyal to and is not telling us about?
Spooky.
Spooky.
Let me just maybe roll something, or maybe not.
Can I take second, Ace, or does Ace want to take second? Well, you said you're trying to go away from the second thing.
Kind of, sort of. I just mostly what I want is if you're
God, flip flop, fuck.
so okay, if two people do a roll and like you have expertise in that roll, I want you to still feel like you can make that roll. Is basically what I'm getting at. So yeah. We'll try to keep it to 2, but like if we're ever in a situation where you're really good at something and 2 other people beat you to it, feel free to speak up. I'll make allowances. I'll make that official. I just want to make sure that we don't have situations where 8 people throw a die until somebody nat 20s.
Right.
Gotcha. I'm actually kind of AFK right now, so I can't see what was rolled.
But you know, your insight's really good.
It is. Let me run upstairs and roll real quick.
Nordo, at least so far, you don't get the sense that she's lying. She seems to not really even like the idea of having another dragon on the island. She mentions the idea with some disdain, like having another dragon would just be another problem.
Okay. Cool.
Ace, you get the same sort of vibe, except when Nordo mentioned that it was possibly a black dragon, there was just a tiny little tinge of like, oh, hey, we're black kobolds, maybe we'd get along. But nah, not worth the trouble.
Understood.
Well, that's good at least.
Question, madam.
Of course, what's up?
Are there any that thing that looked like me on this island?
What, like Kenku?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. Nah. I know that there's some that there used to be some overseas to the southwest, I think, over in the jungles maybe. But I don't really remember. We've honestly, it's been such a long time since anyone's really come or gone.
Can I insight this?
Sure, go for it. Seems truthful.
Cool.
No obvious body language or anything.
What do you think? Y'all lay low for a few days, try to make preparations to go attack the dragon at the tower, or lay low for maybe more than a week or 2 and try to set up an ambush for it here? Or try to set up an ambush for it here for a few days and then try to lure it here somehow.
I feel like we're missing a lot of important information before making a decision like this.
We have 2 weeks. Perhaps we can talk to the Kuatoa and not in an aggressive way before we make our decisions, right? We have one half of the information. Information's important. That's one of my tenets. Read it.
It's true. He sent me those.
The only pickle with that I see is if they're so loyal to this dragon and worship him, I can't imagine they ain't gonna go tell him about the 8 weird strangers that came asking around. That sort of spoils our element of surprise. I think as far as we're standing right now, they don't know we're here.
We can disguise Ace as a Kuatoa or a kobold.
We just need somebody who can kind of work around in their systems for a minute, get some info.
And also color Gale black.
I like this plan.
The Phoenix is what was keeping them in check before. I doubt they're going to want to see me. So I should probably stick behind.
Another option we have is to just locate these keys, steal them without anyone knowing, and then bring it to the Phoenix. And, revive
I think
it.
we're going to have hard time stealing a key from a dragon.
As I say, I feel like we could pull that off with the Kuatoa. They don't seem too clever, but the
Yeah.
dragon's another story.
Once he knows
Take
one
it
is
from-
missing, he'll come looking for the second. He'll bring
Unless they
down his
don't.
wrath on these kobolds.
Unless
Hey,
they don't know it's missing yet. If we make a replica of it, then, well, what's to say?
Yeah,
Hey,
did they?
Kobold Madam, does the dragon carry the key with him everywhere he goes? Do you know, or does he show up with it when he comes here?
I've never seen it on him. I assume it's probably up in his lair somewhere.
Because if we could just lure him away from his lair for even an hour or two, go in and get it.
Probably keeps it with his hoard of gems and gold and silver and stuff.
It's a lot of risk, though. If he comes back, then we're fighting in his lair with no traps.
I would prefer we take our time and set an ambush.
Then we can make things.
Yeah, I think that's my vote too. Take some time, set an ambush, and either just wait for him to come here on his own or lure him here.
This also means we have time to scout the others at least. If we don't want to meet them, we can at least watch what they're doing and find out their weaknesses.
I
Yeah.
think that's a
Let's
really
take
good
out-
idea.
I just don't love the idea of meeting with him, but I think the idea of scouting on him is a good idea.
If we find out where their key is kept as well, that's even better.
Although, let's not forget they got the magic trick that Sparkle done told us about where they can see through stuff that's invisible and such, so
So we can't be, well, from a certain distance, right?
We could just
Yeah,
watch from
just-
afar, and just not use magic to hide ourselves. Just hide the old-fashioned way.
yeah. Just gotta be careful is all I meant.
We have to keep
I
that.
like the idea.
Who is the scouting party? Vastu and Ace? They're the
Say.
stealthiest. I say
I think it's pretty quiet. I'll go.
stealthiest. No, Vastu's stealthy, right? I forget. He's crazy.
He's a
Yeah.
He's I'm stealthy and I can see things.
Oh,
What, are
that's
you saying
important.
I can't be quiet? I can be real quiet if I want to. Watch this.
Believe you. Yes.
Watch this, and he just.
It's like you
shuts
don't
up.
even know I'm here.
I can hear you breathing.
Guys
This
are
is
gonna
act-
start making
6
him
seconds.
whisper again. I hate that. Don't you?
I counted
Also, I
it was
think-
6 seconds from him saying he couldn't be quiet to the first time he talked.
This is actually really good for you, Vasu, because your plumage matches the lava.
It can go way longer than 6 seconds. Watch this.
Diva, look, it's D. I thought I'd get him.
Look, magical items. I'm gonna go.
Diva, did you know that Moat's fire damage can't be resisted by anyone or anything?
Typing instead.
God damn, he's good.
The invincible Drax vibes. He stays so still, no one sees him.
I think that Ace, Vasu, and Flick should be the scouting party.
That way,
I mean, I don't disagree.
They're the stealthiest, and Flick can keep the ship with them in case of an emergency.
that's a good idea. They can escape just in case. And they have at least 3 chances to find something.
I ain't real handy building or nothing, but if you need just some wood cut or whatever, I can help with that. Or I can just keep a lookout. I got good eyes. As
Might
far
be
as
worth
the party
seeing.
staying back here.
What color
is-
is all the soot here?
Kind of the muddy, ruddy, brownish black.
So it's like in like white, gray, white soot.
There's probably, yeah, there would be sprinkles of like white ash as well too, like a finer layer on top.
So if we're going to rest, hey Ace, do you have any plans for the monocle?
No.
Oh, yeah, shit, that could come in real handy here.
Yeah, have you used it recently? Today.
I do not believe I used it today.
Okay. Might I use it for a project real quick before you leave? Or do you want to save this for something we might come across?
Well, I mean, if you want, you can just go ahead and say the thing, and I can just test it out.
Right, you have to turn it on first, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay. I'll wait for it to turn on,
All
and
right.
I say
Ding.
cellular division is finite. This determines why are you don't interrupt. Cellular division is finite. This determines how much creatures can grow and how old they can get. When cells get destroyed or damaged, the living cells have to split in order to mend the damage. As in wounds, the loss of collagen in the skin causes it to lose elasticity and develop wrinkles, and white colors fade, etc. This determines age. And the reason, for example, why elves live so long is because their cells can divide more times than others. Most races with a hint of magic in them live longer than average races with no ties to magic. And he stops.
What's a college?
You guys, you sit there
Oh
and
shit!
you wait for a minute, and then 5 minutes, and then 8 minutes, and then 9 minutes, 15 seconds. Ace, you get the sense that everything that was spoken is 82% true.
Sorry, that was all false. It's telling me that cells aren't even real.
Looks and waits for the real answer because he knows he's right.
It's 80.
82%. How much of it was false, I wonder? And which part?
Well, about 18%.
Vasu's collagen thing. Vasu collagen is what allows skin to be elastic. Oh.
I'm gonna go play in the soot and get my feathers covered in the white soot, so I kind of turned all pale and whitish.
Okay,
Ooh,
easy
me
enough.
too. I have a cousin that loves to do this stuff. But he usually rolls around in clay to make himself like look more red and intimidating. Doesn't really work though, because he's still like 3 feet small.
Are you saying that 3 feet small people can't be intimidating?
Ace,
Oh, absolutely not! You scare the hell out of me.
Oh,
I pat you on the head.
you're gonna make me blush.
Vasu and Ace go out to do some ash snow angels. The two of you give me a perception check real quick. Ace, stop
Yep.
it.
Expertise with advantage.
Vasu, Vasu, you don't see shit. At least not right away.
Oh, there's ash in my eyes. It's everywhere. Why was this a good idea?
Ace, out of the corner of your eye as you're doing all of this, you spot something distant, watching the two of you from just kind of behind a boulder. And
It's Daru.
it's hard to tell, but with a 33, you manage to you realize that it thinks it's invisible. You are only able to see it because of your monocle, because of your true sight. And you're able to take advantage of the fact that it doesn't realize that you can see it to catch a couple more glimpses at it before it finally gets wise and it decides to be sneaky and start to leave. And it appears to be, as best as you can tell, a Kenku. Invisible, but you're able to see it because of true sight. A little taller than you are, in these dark grayish brown black robes. And it is just barely poking its eye around the corner, even though it's invisible. It's being incredibly cautious, incredibly stealthy, kind of just watching the two of you. And then it watches for a moment, and then it ducks its head back behind the boulder, and you're no longer able to see it.
How far away is it?
It would be 105 feet away.
Okay. All right. I'll just. Oh, shit. I don't think Vasu don't know a good language to speak. Oh wait, it's just me and Vasu, right?
Just the two of you outside so far, making ash angels.
Flick is with them, right? Oh wait, no, Ash Angels. This isn't even the scouting yet. You're just making Ash Angels.
Alright, I grab Vasu, like, come on, we're done here. I kind of like try to casually look over my shoulder at some, like while we're walking away at some point, just to kind of see if I catch anything.
All right, you grab Vasu and you begin to kind of walk away, making it look natural. But you do kind of casually try to steal a glance back in that direction. Give me stealth, or I feel like stealth or performance, either one to try to like look over your shoulder without being caught.
All right, I'm going to give you stealth because performance is a -2,
Good call.
and that would have been a 0.
All right. As you look back over, you don't see any signs of the invisible Kenku that was waiting behind the boulder, but you do see that waiting probably about 30 or 40 feet behind that. Barely even hiding, but they were just kind of tucked away around a corner so as not to be visible. Just kind of standing and staring kind of creepily and awkwardly, not even at you, but just kind of through the area where you just were, as if they're on guard or something. There are two skeletons. They are wearing armor. They have short swords at the ready, but they're doing nothing. They appear to just be kind of standing, watching where you just were. No additional signs of the Kenku that was invisible before.
The skeletons, what creatures do they seem to be from?
They appear to be humanoid, best as you can tell.
Can I make a check just because I'm like really good at humanoids?
Sure. Yeah, you can give me a medicine check with advantage because it's humanoid. Yeah, they look human, possibly half elf or tiefling or something in the appropriate human shape. You'd be able to rule out pure elves at least. They're a little bit too
Gotcha.
densely boned for that.
Gotcha. This is just like, is there just like
thick to be elves?
is there like a clearing behind them or something? Is it like open area?
It's kind of a rocky crag. They were able to look down from kind of just a hillside that slopes up towards the tower. There were a lot of boulders, lots of places where things could potentially be hidden. But as you're walking away, you're able to see that they were kind of just standing behind a large boulder, a little bit behind where the Kenku initially was. They were probably about 140 feet away at the time. And they're just kind of standing as if at the ready. They don't appear particularly attentive at all.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna pull Vasu behind a rock. Vasu. So
What's up?
okay, while we were in this I saw a Kenku near that rock over there. They were invisible, and then they vanished, and then two skeletons appeared.
Shh. I put a finger up to Ace's beak, and I reply with a message, and I say, "Okay, so we're being watched by spooky skeletons and a possibly invisible Kenku."
I don't think the skeletons noticed us. The Kenku definitely did. The Kenku might have noticed that I noticed them.
Okay, where are these skeletons at again?
By that rock, kind of like poke my head out and point.
Look, don't make it obvious. Give me a clock number, 6 o'clock, etc. You know how that works, right?
It's like 7:30.
Okay. Dinner time.
That's so late for dinner.
Maybe if you have a child.
I eat dinner at 5 o'clock sharp.
I just
Oh
finished
my
eating
God.
dinner. That sounds disgusting.
I eat
I
lunch
still
at
haven't eaten
4
dinner.
o'clock.
I was gonna
like-
say I eat breakfast at 2 or 3 o'clock, and then dinner's just kind of like 8 or 9 before things close.
I'm the normal one here. You guys are both wrong.
5 o'clock is not a
Dinner
good dinner.
dinner is whenever I decide to eat, and that usually depends a lot on like when I get off work or when D&D ends, and I'm very hungry at the moment
That's the correct
because I
answer.
have not had dinner.
Anyway.
I don't schedule meals.
Correct.
I
You just
eat
eat when
when
you're
I'm
hungry.
not playing Dungeons and Dragons. I have priorities, man.
I love it.
All right, so I really want to find out what that Kenku's about.
Yeah, is he still over there? You said he disappeared, right?
He went behind that rock, so I don't know. I lost sight of them. Also, can I tell whether it was like a girl or a boy?
Oh boy, what is Kenku dimorphism like?
Oh well, I would know.
You would know. I'll go and say, yeah, you're able to tell it's a girl.
Ah, she had big boobs. I could...
Or B. Oh, gotcha.
Giant boobs.
Oh,
She had a
big pink bow.
She had a pink
The bow in her
bow
hair.
and large eyelashes.
Lipstick.
Lipstick, of course.
Was she holding a purse, I assume?
She was on the cover of a Disney sequel.
Jesus.
Singing the entire time.
Yeah, I guess I'll. Should we try to get an over? Is that the same direction that the Kuatoa are in?
No. So you guys are kind of just in the middle of this little Kuatoa village. The direction that all seemed to be coming from was kind of the edge of the town towards the mountain ridge to the southwest.
So like over here.
Green dot. Yeah, green ping was about right.
Okay, so the Kuatoas are down here. So we're not near the Kuatoas then.
Yeah. Here,
Oh, okay.
I should mark some things.
Hey, Vasu, do you think we could like sneak over there and try to find her?
I mean, I don't know about sneaking over there before she notices us, but if I bet I could get there faster than she could react.
You guess you could carry me, and I could just be like, there she is.
Oh,
I
yeah.
point.
Do I get the sense, without trying to look too hard myself, like I know you said it out of character, but how far away was this rock that we saw, or that Ace saw this Kuatoa duck behind?
It's now about 150 feet behind you, but at the time it was about 105 feet away from where you guys were making ash angels.
Okay.
Well, you guys done playing around in the ash
Shh, 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 shh.
Yeah, I message Flick and say, hey, pipe down. Men are talking.
I'm gonna shoot a message back.
Two
First of all,
birds
fuck you.
Two birds crouched behind a boulder covered in ash.
They
looking
do
like
look,
total
for the
goofballs,
record,
and I'm like,
they
"Fuck
look
off."
like idiots right now.
I was okay. So I was the reason I was in the ash. I was trying to make myself turn pale so that I would blend in. I wouldn't stick out
Yeah.
if the Kuatoa saw me.
It actually is pretty legit as far as camouflage goes, but they are covered in ash.
I just imagine because he's like, you know, a crow and his feathers are naturally black, he has to cover a lot. There's a lot of it, so it's
Yeah.
like it's kind of like flaking off or falling off of him as a cloud as he moves around.
What happened to
But
the
yeah,
both of
sorry, I know Flick responded with a message, and we interrupted him, or I interrupted him.
Oh, it was
because
first
I'm
of all,
a
fuck
rude
you.
asshole.
Second, have fun playing your games. I'm gonna go in here. Tell me when you're ready.
Okay, we're gonna go follow this Kinku I saw.
Hey, you want to can you go out there and make a sufficient distraction real quick while I get within dashing range of her? I messaged that to Flick.
We should probably hurry. She's probably getting away.
Sure.
Is she?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go out and start taking a piss because that's a distraction.
Alright, you head over and you find a rock that seems to be kind of discreet, and you begin to create a distraction. Fuck, I don't know, give me a performance check to take a distracting piss.
To pee.
Distracting.
Watch how hard
I'm gonna write my name on the ash.
Sure.
Yeah.
how
Your
hard
name
you
is
can
Spock?
pee.
Oh, Flick.
Start trying to do weird tricks or something. It's definitely enough to like what is that guy doing? It's enough to potentially distract someone, I guess.
I'm gonna can I this is gonna be the stupidest thing that I've ever used a class feature on, but assuming Flick's P stream is within my spell's range, can I give him a bonus on this performance roll by making it do a loop-de-loop or something with shape water?
God.
I hate that I'm asking this. I'm sorry.
Yet you choose
Ignore
Sure,
that.
sure, why not? Yeah, let's move past that as quickly as possible. Sure, why not?
Yeah. Like roll again with advantage?
Well,
or-
we'll take that 17.
For the record, I could do a better
Shut
refraction,
up.
but you told me to shut up, so I'm mad at you.
All right.
All right.
He's doing some weird shit over there, and you're helping.
While he's
Vasu-
doing his
Vasu,
piss
you
wizard
distracted.
stuff,
Let's go.
while he's doing his piss wizard thing, I'm going to pick up Ace and clutch him tight so that he doesn't get left behind as I try to do some of my cloak's air dashes. Probably can't get to her within 120 feet right now, but I can make 2 dashes. I'll try to dash behind the boulder that might kind of block sight, and then be able to move closer to her with it after that, or something like that.
All right. You take advantage of this opportunity, and you grab Ace, and you begin to dash over to where he pointed, where he spotted. And quickly, in just the blink of an eye and a few beats of your wings and a couple of seconds, the passage of time, bolting through the ash and the smoke that kind of fills the air all around here, you descend upon the spot where you spotted them. And Vasu, you're immediately greeted by a bubble, a dome on the ground that is kind of just this solid, kind of blackish gray brown, nearly the exact same color as all the other stones around. Pretty big, maybe about 10 feet in diameter or radius, I forget exactly. Just kind of a big, obviously perfectly smooth, unnatural looking stone or boulder or dome or something on the ground. Ace,
Does detect magic?
detect
any-
magic immediately rings it up as magical, and you get an evocation ritual
Okay.
off of it.
Okay.
Ace, with your true sight, you're able to just faintly see through it that there is sitting in the inside of this dome, seemingly protected by the coloration, unaware that you're able to see through it with true sight, a Kenku, a little bit taller than you, female, that is looking at the two of you back and forth, not saying anything, not particularly emotional or frantic or anything. It just kind of just cocks its head and it looks at you and it looks back to Vasu. And it kind of looks over its shoulder towards the couple of skeletons that are starting to just very idly, like undead, mindless creatures, wander their way down towards the two of you. Not even super aggressive, just kind of like walking over to like, I don't know, like a guard going to check on a drunk person in an alleyway. They like see you guys approach and start to walk over. And she seems to just be kind of like flipping through a book and just kind of chanting or slowly casting some spells inside of there, working on a ritual of some sort. Not frantic, just curious, intrigued, looking at you, unaware that you can see through back to her.
How far away is she now?
You're right on top of her at this point.
Oh, I'm just gonna like knock on the dome. Hello? I just kind of like wave at her.
Yeah, you kind of knock on the dome and you wave and you make eye contact, which is something that she picks up on. She realizes now that you're able to see through it. And when you do that, she pauses for just a moment and she lowers her book. And she starts to walk up a little bit towards the edge of the dome. And... fuck, give me just a persuasion check. Just a... I don't know, an unintimidation check.
An unintimidation check?
Yeah.
Can I just give you an intimidation check, and if it's really
You
bad,
can give me a persuasion check.
Luck. The same advantage for being carried like a doll. 3 months.
She stops for a moment, lowers the book just a little bit, and she kind of like holds one of her hands up towards the skeletons, and you do see that they stop for a moment in place. And then she does a little twirly motion, and they twirl around and they go back, and they start to just walk off, kind of off in the distance up the side of the mountain. And she looks at you, and she points kind of like above her head, and she's wearing like a hooded cloak, but the hood is down. She doesn't have anything. She's not wearing a hat or anything on the top of her head. But she kind of like points up to the hat and kind of like motions to you as if indicating, like, do something with your hat or something.
I take off my hat.
She kind of like looks up, she lifts her eyes, she like scans over the hat, and she kind of like points, and she points at the side of the hat where the card is tucked into it.
Which one?
The
The Joker card or the Ace card?
Joker card.
I pull up the Joker card and just like kind of like show it to her.
She takes a couple of steps back, and without making any expression, begins to resume casting spells.
Does she have familiar traits?
Getting a better look at her up close. She's a little taller.
Specifically comparing her to my mom that I saw a month ago.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
I hate to ruin this possible moment, but during all of this, have I been able to gather that there's a Kenku under this dome, or possibly in this dome?
So to you,
Where the
without
dome is
any
fake?
without any sort of special vision, you're definitely aware that this dome is magical. It's giving off an aura of evocation. It's clearly a spell of some sort. And Ace seems to be talking to someone on the inside. However, to you, it is solid, kind of brownish, blackish gray. You are not able to see through it at all.
I'm gonna try to either pick up the dome or reach through it with my free hand as Ace is doing this.
All right, you're met with just kind of this cool room temperature, kind of boing noise, like you're touching a force field of some sort, a magical dome of force. Nothing seems to go through it, and you're not able to like find anything that you can lift.
Gotcha.
Rather than try to describe this thing, let me just pull this over, and you can get a rough idea of what it looks like.
And we can't hear what's in the dome, I'm assuming, right?
No, but it doesn't look like there's any noise coming from it anyway. You haven't seen any indications that she's tried to talk.
Like, I meant more like I can't hear her, like, flipping pages or anything. She says she's
no.
chanting. She's casting spells.
That's true. She is chanting, and you don't hear any of that.
All right.
What you see is a Kenku, a little bit taller than you, kind of red around the eyes with white markings over the crest of the ridge of the eyebrows, and a couple of red streaks running down the crest of the top of the head. You would just see it. You're staring right at it. The cloak is simple. It is dark, nearly black, but kind of a brownish tint to it. However, you can see that emblazoned on the center of this cloak, there's some embroidery. It appears to be a spider web with a single eye in the center of the spider web.
Interesting. I'll take note of that. I'm going to get out a piece of paper and I write down in Orin, my name's Ace, what's yours? I just kind of like hold it up.
You hold it up and she kind of like pauses for just a moment, cocks her head. And then she takes just a brief second, and without even lifting her right hand from the book that she's reading from, she brings her left hand up, and she begins to scrawl on one of the margins of the book, and eventually tears a slip of paper free. She writes for just a very brief moment. She folds it in half. She holds it up, and then she looks back down at the book and continues to cast a spell for about 12 more seconds. And then she seems to bring the book to a close. She snaps it shut, and as soon as she does, she vanishes. She seems to be gone. But the slip of paper inside of this dome flutters down to the ground.
I'll go ahead and pick it up. At the same time, did those skeletons like disappear?
They're continuing to just kind of walk away up the side of the mountain. Notably, the dome stays behind.
Gotcha. Wait, so the paper's in the dome then?
Paper's in the dome.
I should have marked her. Oh well. So what did I get with the investigation check? Did she seem like she had like familiar traits?
Honestly, there were not a ton of connections to the vision that you saw of your mother, other than the fact that she's Kenku. Yeah, no like super strong family resemblance or anything like that.
How long do you think this dome's gonna last? Also, she's gone now. But she'd left a piece of paper in there. Vasu?
Wait, there was somebody in there?
Yeah, the Kinku was in there. She didn't really seem too interested in us. I think she teleported away.
Oh.
But
Are
she
those,
left.
are those skeletons over there, Hoyes?
I don't know. They definitely seem to like. She might have had some like control over them, maybe.
Well, I'm grateful that she decided that we weren't threatening enough to sick them on us, but I'm still really itching to fight something, and they just look like little piss poor skeletons. You want to go beat them up?
Um,
I'd really love to beat them up. I'm gonna go beat them up. You stay here.
I want their temp HP.
all right. Well, while he's doing that, I'm going to take out one of my arrows and I'm going to dispel magic on the dome.
All right, you fire the arrow into the dome, and sure enough, dispel magic. Goes off without a hitch. The dome fades, and inside you find footprints in the ash of, Kenku. The appropriate size that matches who you just saw in there. And you find the folded piece of paper. And folded up inside of this piece of paper is just the number 1, and below it, written in common, the word Uno.
Which, of course, is the common word for one.
For one.
For 1. Yeah.
I pull out a little evidence bag. I put it in the evidence bag. Since it's in the evidence bag, it
I just
stays
hope
hers and not mine.
I just hope that everybody in Ace's family or connected to his backstory is named after some sort of card game.
My mom's not.
Are you sure she's not Uno? We're gonna find out you have an aunt named Skip Bo
Who's Yahtzee?
and an uncle named Go Fish.
You could-
Sorry, this is insensitive.
Vasu, you catch up to them so incredibly easily. They're not even, like, running. And you just kind of go fucking all out on one of them. You are somewhat surprised to find that it does take both of those hits to kill the first skeleton, and the second one is still standing after your third hit.
Can I just like shoot an arrow from a distance and help him out?
Sure, give me an initiative roll.
Oh, yeah,
Stop,
baby.
what are you doing?
Just give me an attack roll.
Who said
I-
that?
You know what? I don't know what these things are. I'm too busy. I'm busy.
All
I
right.
guess they can't lead us back to her now.
Then the one that
Yeah, did
you
they
did
like
hit,
disappear when I killed that first one?
no, it falls apart, clatters, bones begin to roll down the mountain, leaving behind a sword, a bow, and some armor. The other one does turn around, though, and it is going to try to take a swing at you.
Bring it. This is where I die.
Missing
Nope.
terribly. It seems to be defending itself, and it kind of continues to lunge towards you. You can take some more swings on it if you want.
I'm gonna try to do this non-lethally.
Sure.
Like I can just like
Yeah.
dismember it, right? I mean, it's a
Sure.
skeleton. I can just like chop off its legs and leave it hobbling around.
Yeah, you can find some way to do this. And yeah, that is so you're able to kind of just like yank its femurs out and toss them down the hillside. So this thing is just kind of like I don't know, it's like it's stuck
Just
in a
take one of its
puddle.
legs and run.
Exactly.
Just put a flesh wound.
They're skeletons. They don't have flesh.
All right, they're effectively incapacitated. You like kick the sword away, and it's stuck.
Can I just like pull the skull off?
Sure, why not? It does kind of like try to bite at you a little bit, but it can't really do anything about
Oh.
it.
I'll carry it around with mage hand.
Perfect.
Vasu, you are.
Hey guys, look what I found!
What the fuck? What? We're
You-
in here trying to build a Oonga Boonga slingshot. You got a skull? What's going on?
You guys are doing crafting without me?
He just throws the skull over his shoulder.
Just throw it at the ground angrily.
The optimal choice.
So we saw someone just now.
Who's that?
There was a female kinku we ran into. She was in this this dome of force that was like you couldn't see inside. And when I asked her name, she kind of teleported away, but she left this note. Uno.
She
Yeah, she's
Think-
about
think
this
she's-
tall.
You think she's from around here, or she came from somewhere else? Guess it's hard to say, huh?
I don't know. She She wasn't very like emotional in her face, very stoic.
Think we could follow her tracks. Do you know see where she came from?
She teleported away.
Well, I mean, before that, where'd she come from?
Probably, but Vasu kind of was busy killing things. So
Could you describe her spells and the way this dome worked?
describe her.
I mean, I think
Describe
she was controlling these skeletons too, right, Ace? And I mean,
Yeah.
I left one of them as alive as skeletons can be.
So
you think we can question it?
there were two
Why?
skeleton patrols, and when they walked over to us, she like waved her hand, spun her finger like this, and they turned around and walked away. But they couldn't even see her because she was in the dome.
No, man, you can give me Arcana with disadvantage, secondhand information.
28.
Basic stuff, simple stuff that you've studied for a long time. You almost immediately recognize the telltale signs of a Leomund's tiny hut. And you get the sense...
Likely, Leomund's disappears when the person side leaves.
Oh shit, then save yourself with the spell magic arrow. Yep. Good
That's
call.
why I was like, yeah.
Good call. And then the undead things certainly sounded like they were probably controlled by her, especially since they didn't really... They responded to her command, and they only seemed to defend themselves once attacked without that command.
So do I get the sense that she's like a wizard?
She had a book.
Seems reasonable. She had a spell book.
A book.
Also, like, here's a piece of her book.
You do see that even though the corner was torn off a little haphazardly, it is nice paper. It's vellum. It is paper meant for spell books and spell scrolls.
You describe her like robe?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This might be a good question for Nomad and for our good friend Moat. She had this symbol. It was a spider web with an eye in the middle.
Is this a religion check or history?
You can give me a religion check if you want. So could anyone else, Moat? Or whoever wants to.
An expert, don't mind me. Damn it.
You actually almost got...
I was so waiting for a nat one.
An 18.
Both of you would be aware that there is Lulth, who is kind of an underdark goddess that is worshipped by a lot of drow. And she's got kind of a spider motif going on, but this is not her holy symbol. And you're not really aware of any other gods that have a holy symbol with this exact motif. Nor are you aware of any other organizations or arcane principles or anything like that associated with a spiderweb with an eye in it.
Suppose she's got something to do with everything's going on here, the Firebirds roost and the dragons and all that, or think she's just something unrelated.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I mean, we could always follow her prints. I mean,
Exactly.
she has magic. Clearly, she was invisible when I first saw her.
So we got time to kill. Okay, I was working on his machines and such. I'm pretty good at following a set of tracks. I can come help you.
Same as me.
Good luck, friends.
Let me get perception checks from whoever's outside right now.
Oh,
Got it,
do I?
dude.
Gail and I would be busy doing something, right? Or
Legit.
do we get the checks as well?
That's up to you guys.
I think we're busy. Oh my god.
Thank God
Too
for
busy
Ace.
having a staring contest with this skull. It's not fair. It can't blink.
It doesn't even have eyes, Vasu.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna beat it.
As you... Oh, I'm sorry, Vasu. You would passively notice, because you have it up and always... And we're, like, specifically using it. The sword was magical. That each of these things was carrying a magical sword. Each of the skeletons.
Oh shit.
Taking those.
But that... Ace, as you're kind of, like, filling everybody in on all this, you hear, off in the distance to the southwest, a dragon's roar. And you kind of look up the ridge of the mountain towards the tower, and you don't see anything coming this way, and you don't see anything at the tower, but you focus your senses and you listen again, and about 20 or 30 seconds later, you hear another one more distant from further southwest. And then a little bit later, there's one more that is almost impossible to hear, but with your fine hearing, you're able to hear one final one even farther away to the southwest, and then you hear no more.
Does that mean he's out of his tower now?
Quick question. So when we saw the kobolds just gave treasure to a dragon not too long ago, right?
Uh-huh.
Did that dragon roar at all?
No. Not from the time that you saw it, nor during the time that it was flying back to its tower.
Gotcha. And we haven't heard any dragon roars since we've been here, right?
Correct. Not until this one just now.
Gotcha. All right, I convey that information. Well, looks like the dragon's out for the moment, but I wouldn't mind going to see if we can find out where what that Kinku was doing here. Maybe retrace her steps.
The responsible things to do is stick to the plan, but now that the dragon's gone, I want to go get that key.
That seems like a bad idea.
Of course it's a bad idea. My axe is just hungry for blood. Alright, let's go look for some tracks.
All right, survival checks.
Okie dokie.
I'm gonna help with that survival check, but you can also ignore this hand raise that
I already have
just did
advantage, so
because
you
I
can
wanna
give
make
it
sure I
to.
get it before we start heading too far out of town. Hello?
Hello. What was that, Vasu?
Okay. Is there a mailbox in town?
Negative.
Dang.
Not here. I assume you're talking about here in the Kobold Village and not back in Seattle.
Yeah.
Oh, no. This place is incredibly
Yeah.
rudimentary. It looks like it has been raided and ransacked by dragons for 10s or 20s of years. It is definitely not the sort of place where you'd find a functional mailbox.
Okay. Even
So how's
so, and I'm sure this might be a long stretch anyway, but while it's still fresh on our mind, I'm gonna ask Ace to like try to draw that spider web with the eye symbol that he saw, because I could not.
Yeah.
And then whenever we get to a place that has a mailbox, I'm gonna send that to my mom and see if there's anything in the Eisenmar libraries about it.
Good call. Make sure to send me a reminder next time that you guys are in a town that has a mailbox.
Yeah, I'll make a note that I just have that in my inventory.
Yep,
And
faux show.
hopefully remember it myself.
Absolutely.
Can I try one thing?
Sure. What's up?
I'm going to pull out my Joker card, and I'm going to contact Joker.
Hello?
Do you know someone, a Kinku named Uno?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I know a lot of I don't know a lot of Kenku, and most of the ones that I did hate my guts, but I didn't know any by the name of Uno.
Okie dokie. And then I'm
I
going to
think,
insight check that in a second.
All right, real quick, before I get back to those survival checks, let's run down, make sure I haven't missed anyone. Moat, what's up?
Okay, so while they're hunting on the survival checks and whatnot, if Crix says it's okay to like walk around the town without like disturbing the dragon, which it sounds like it's gone, can I just kind of do like either with one of her like right hand men or something, like a sweep through the town and start getting an idea of like these kobolds' weaponry, who can actually fight, who can't fight, like what kind of defenses we have, kind of take stock situation?
Absolutely. You start going. She'll actually come out with you. She says, everybody stays indoors because it's real scary. We shouldn't be out here in the first place. But we just gave tribute. It should be safe for a little while. It was kind of a bigger tribute. We'll probably be okay. And she just kind of goes with you and shows you what she's got. And it's not great. They've probably got about 95 to 100 kobolds total. She mentioned that those numbers are way down over the past 2 decades. They used to have thousands, if not tens of thousands. The ones that survive are some of their best miners and a few of their best warriors. They are allowed to keep the weapons that they need to mine effectively, which is basically just simple swords, a little bit of armor, things that they can use to kill salamanders inside of the volcanoes, to deal with fire elementals from time to time. But the rest of the time, the dragon takes weapons and armor too because he doesn't want them to be armed. The basic principle is that he allows them to live and to mine and survive and defend themselves while they're mining. And that's kind of the situation. There is enough weapons and armor for about 20 of them. And those are all primitive and mundane.
Is there anyone who has kind of like the spark in her situation, maybe like a spark of like magic or something that I could work with potentially in the next few days, or
Actually, it's funny that you mention it. We don't have any magic at all. The ghostfish do, but we never have.
Curious.
Interesting. All right, well, I guess that's all I need for now. Just wanted to get stock of where we're at.
All right, jumping to Gale.
All right. Since we're gonna be kind of splitting up anyways, would it be worth us committing the ultimate D&D sin and just have a couple of us use the carpet to teleport to Seatoll and pick up supplies that we may need for like the ambush?
I think that's a good idea.
Say if we got a couple days, we're gonna be here laying low. That seems like a pretty good idea to me. I didn't buy enough food for a month here, so I need more
It's
food.
rather
and nothing
scarce.
else.
If possible, we could also buy some weaponry.
Say arm some of
Yeah.
these kobolds if they want to fight with us, or if they. I mean, I don't
Only
wanna
the
make
ones who
people
want.
fight that don't want to.
Yeah. But giving them like short bows or long bows will give them something to do, some way to defend themselves.
I probably ain't the person to do that. But I don't know how to talk to people, and I don't know what a gold is worth.
I can go do the shopping.
Maybe take Moat or Flick with you since they know the town. Or
Yeah,
since
I'm
Moat knows the
broke,
guilds and
and I
Flick
should
knows
probably
the
do.
town.
Oh,
I'm broke,
while you're
and I
there,
should probably stay here to help with the scouting and preparations and stuff anyway. But if one of you could mail this for me, that'd be great. And
I can do it.
I give Gil that sketch that I was just talking to Feck about.
Flick should probably stay with you guys just because he has the ship.
Oh right, that's
Sure.
our get out of jail card.
I mean,
Yeah.
I could lend it to you guys, but if you break it, you buy it, and it means more to me.
We
than
stole it.
well, if
yes, we stole it, but now it belongs to me. So now if you break it, you
Well-
have to pay me for it.
well, Flick, if you and Moat and Gale all leave, no one can drive the ship.
All right,
So why don't
I'll stay. I guess that's fine.
But if
I
you're
can
in
go with
here and
Moat.
we're out there and he's in
it
here,
seemed all right.
I don't want to
And
know.
Seatoll,
I
he seemed to.
I can always go
Flashes.
alone. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I'll have Toto with me. It
I
would
can
be
go with
weird
you.
to take Moat away from this since this is kind of your thing.
I
And
know the place enough.
Flick ship. So
If it's honestly, if it's just prep work for the next few days, I think my mind might be better suited elsewhere. And if I go back to Seatoll with you, I can check in with the order and see if they can help in any way.
Say
Sure.
his flash and his holy symbol is enough to get him in good with the guilds around town anyway. Might help you get good prices.
could you also, by chance, if you, I don't know if your people would know anything about it, but question about a Kinku named Uno? I don't know where, probably different guild.
Yeah, I'm great at investigating. I'll do that.
That like ask someone, but like, hey, do you know? It's probably a long shot. Don't worry about it.
That's why I plan on going to town as well. I'm better suited there, and also I cannot go too long away from my child in case he's
Okay.
getting bullied.
Who's that leave
But
here?
if
Me,
both of you
Ace,
go to
and
town, then
Basu,
neither of
and-
you can use all of this planned downtime to do my crafting. And frankly, if I'm going to be fighting a dragon, I'd much rather have that freed up attunement slot to help me not die.
Well, Basu, they also need to make boats weapons. They could do that in Seatoll and then come back and do yours.
I
Works out just
suppose.
fine.
We will have
Oh,
town.
rumph.
All right. Gale just went AFK for a second, so let's jump back up to that survival check. Working together, you guys get the sense that you see tracks that kind of lead down and kind of move from rock to rock in the area kind of immediately surrounding where you guys found her. Probably there's like, I don't know, a trail probably 35 or 40 feet long where she walked from rock to rock very quickly, even though she was invisible, still moving briskly, long strides for somebody of her size. But when you eventually get all the way back to the very source, you find what appears to be a landing. And Vasu would probably be able to identify this pretty well. There's a scuffle of feet and a sliding of ash where it looks like somebody touched down from flight or from off of a flying thing. So in other words, you get the sense piecing it together that she flew down one way or another, landed behind a boulder, and then kind of moved boulder to boulder while she was keeping an eye on you guys, and then walked off a short ways, put up the Liamon's tiny hut, and then you guys had your encounter.
Do I see an airship anywhere?
Perception check.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around to see if I see anything too. So where is this area? Was this like further away from us, or did it seem like she was following us for a while?
It was brief. It seems like she landed near you and just kind of followed for a very short time.
So she came looking for us in particular, it seems like.
Looking around, no signs of an airship, no signs of anything unusual in the skies.
You get the feeling she ain't got nothing to do with this Firebirds, Rooster, Dragons, or nothing. Like she came here looking for us or for you, maybe, on account of possibly being a Kenku.
She did seem interested in this Shade the Joker card, I think.
What's it, I don't know how to say this without it sounding maybe, I don't know, painting everybody with the same color, but most other your kind that we seen have been sort of, I don't know, simple. All they can do is really repeat things they heard, and they got your sort of personality and color. She seemed like that. She seemed like she had a little bit of your I don't know,
Spark?
your aceness.
It's hard to say. She really didn't do much.
I just
She
wonder
didn't.
if
She didn't seem to have like the really weird dead eye look that most Kenkus have. Did she?
A little. I mean, dead eyes is a little bit of a strong word for it.
True.
But like, she didn't try to say anything. She cocked her head a little bit, kind of bird-like. I don't know. Not quite the same degree of social skills that I think you've developed.
It's hard to say. I don't think so. But once again, like, it was a short interaction. She didn't even really seem necessarily too caught off guard that I could see through the hut to see her. More intrigued, I guess. Clearly cool-headed.
Sorry, it seems like a bit of a dead end for now, little orc. It seems important to you. I can understand trying to find more answers on kind of who you are, or what you are.
Yeah. But, it should be all fine. It's curious that she would. So, how long ago did it seem like the person landed here?
Maybe about 15 minutes before you spotted her.
So she landed here, ran over, saw us, and then teleported away. And
Yes.
she used a lot of magic to do all of that.
It seems to me she had to have been here looking for, I mean, unless some off chance she came looking for something related to these dragons, but that'd be awful big coincidence for her to show up the same time we did. Or she came up here looking for one of us, used some sort of magic to find us and came here.
True. But,
guess
I mean...
necessarily be you. She could be here looking for Gale or anybody.
He just starts smacking you like, we gotta go back to town.
Out with it now. What you thinking?
I can scry on her. I have this paper that's hers.
Let's give her a shot then.
We have to go back to the key.
Gale.
Can I make my way back to town?
Make my way back to town.
I just book it.
Yeah.
All right.
Chase after Ace.
All right, you guys make your way back over towards the camp. Is Gale still AFK?
Gale, I need the key. I take the key from Gale.
Well, hold on there, little orc, because last time we did this, we got chased out of that room by a big dragon. I don't know if we can go back there safely.
Well, I mean, there's a small chance that this dragon will fight the other dragon, and we don't have to worry about it, right?
I mean, I guess worst case, we just walk in and walk out if it's not safe there anymore. They can't follow us out or nothing. But just don't go running in there all willy-nilly or nothing.
Oh, no.
Let us step in and see what the situation is.
I'll take a peek in, make sure it's safe, make sure the coast is clear.
So for a reason, I'm going to have to wait until Gale gets back to continue this.
Okay.
Did that bastard use the key without knowledge?
A reason.
Just,
okay.
The timing of some things could potentially be interesting. Okay. Skipping past that for the time being. What are your guys' plans afterwards? You're doing a little scouting, right?
Yeah,
So
I
I
think
think Gale and Moat are going back to Gale and Moat and Nomad maybe are going back to Seatoll to shop for stuff to build a trebuchet slash build traps, whilst Flick, Vasu, and Ace are going to go scout the Kuatoa village,
Perfect.
and Nordo is going to sit in this kobold village and stay out of sight.
All right then.
Sorry.
Welcome back.
Uh,
Okay. You two resume your
Gale,
thing. I'll be right back,
It's,
but I'm
it's
listening.
your key. You have it.
where's the orb?
I think Yule maybe has the orb, or maybe I do. Maybe it's just in party loot. I think it might just be in party loot,
Okay.
which puts it in Gale's bag of holding is the general rule.
Is anyone opposed to me using the key to go scry?
I don't think that's a good enough idea.
Not at all.
We got a few days to use.
What's the DC on the scrying orb?
Well, according to the instruction booklet,
15. It's in party loot.
Should be enough.
Oh, there's also the matter of this thing had to be stuck into a sort of tripod, and if the dragon saw us abusing it, he probably broke it. But I mean, I guess we could check either way. I don't
Yeah.
know that we're tripod either. 3-legged thing.
the
Oh,
altar,
3-leg.
That fancy thing what we stuck it in, I imagine the dragon done broke.
the holder, the
Diet.
Oonga Boonga holder.
Lunga Boonga holder, but I reckon we could check anyhow.
All right.
All right.
Well,
You guys are able to get the orb. It's in party loot somewhere. Somebody's got it.
yep.
All right. So while you are grabbing the orb and the key and preparing to do your scrying, let's jump to Gale real quick. Gale, what's up?
I already did my thing. That was just like, I just wanted to ask if we should kind of split up.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, perfect. All right then, Ace. Are you just There's probably a door here that you could. Yeah, well, I'll say there's probably a wooden.
I'll go
door
to one of the.
somewhere.
I'll try to find a door on one of the ruined buildings. That way, if stuff happens, it doesn't hurt a kobold.
Perfect. You're able to make your way over to one of the ruins that still has kind of a very shoddy wooden door hanging on its hinges, and it looks like it would be suitable for the job.
Before Ace can run off too fast to go do this, because I know he's excited, Nordo will quickly relay to the party what's going on, and that Ace is about to go through there, and we should probably all be there in case shit goes awry. Just so he's not off doing this by himself.
Wait, I missed this. What is Ace doing?
So I'll just do it in character, I guess. Ace wants to try looking in on that Kinku, what he found, Uno. He's gonna try scry using Shul's thing, but I reminded him and y'all that last time we used that thing, we got chased out that room by a big old dragon, so might not be too good a situation when we go back in there.
It'll be fine.
Has to be quiet.
I think the worst thing that happens is we find out it's no good and we run back out. It's not like they can follow us out, but still think we ought to all be there just in case.
I think we might
that's
actually
fair.
be detrimental to him if we were all there. If we stay out the door and rush in to help him, just give him space to run out.
Yeah,
That's
no, that's
fine.
what I meant. Is we should all be where he's going. We should follow
Around
it. He's running pretty fast.
I'm right here.
So I'm envisioning Ace like an excited child running off to go find a door to use this key on.
That's the sound
Yeah,
he makes.
we should all wait outside just in case some sort of weird magic goes on and a dragon chases him out and he's all by himself.
I think that's fair.
Sounds like a plan. You guys just kind of wait outside. All right. You find a door. You find the orb, and you go to grab the key, and you're not able to find the key.
What?
You had it last, Ace. It was in your possessions, wherever you kept it.
You pranking again, Ace?
You're not able to find it.
Did that bitch steal my key? Did I have the key last? I know it's like in my inventory.
Yeah.
This might be a bit of a stretch, and you can tell me if it is. As I noticed that Ace is looking for his key and doesn't have it, can I scan, like, the party with an insight check and see if anyone's looking guilty?
It's a little bit of a stretch, but you can give me an insight check.
Cool.
I would very much like to do the same thing because someone has to have taken my key.
Sure.
I wouldn't have lost it.
If anyone feels like they want to reveal anything on this, feel free to either whisper me or I can come up with some shit or roll something at me.
I stole the keys, you guys.
Shoo.
Let's just rank and attack rolls.
And
lowest it can be is a 21, but
deception or performance or anything like that would be alright.
Moat's just attacking.
With advantage, because this is kind of a stretch to like read the room real fast.
Doesn't believe Ace can be stolen from. So he just assumes the universe willed the key to not exist anymore.
Does someone else have the key?
I'm talking about. You've been carrying it, ain't you?
It's not here.
Is there a hole in your pocket?
I know I used it forever ago. I didn't steal it when I used it, right? I don't remember if I stole it. I don't think I did.
Flick, you can give me like an investigation check or something.
Okay.
Or if you stole the key?
To remember it.
Flick starts looking through his shit and he finds the key in his bag of holding.
Oh, there it is.
Huh.
It
Now,
was-
why did I keep this? Wait a second. You can't have it yet.
Why can't I have it yet?
I took it for a reason, probably.
I don't even know what that reason is. It must not
How
have.
comforting.
So did you steal it from me?
No, I don't think so, maybe. Okay, here you go. If I remember, I'll take it again later. It's fine.
Because you could just use it. You don't have to steal from me.
I think he used it and then.
I feel like I asked and then I just never gave it back.
like a flick.
I haven't used it in a long time.
What have you been using it for?
I used it to make sure Cass was okay forever ago, and we know Cass
How
is
would
okay. so.
how would that work? Wouldn't he be shunted out of the room when you go to see him?
I just wanted to see if he was there. I didn't This is before we met up with him again. I checked in on him once, and Mum once.
I know. I'm just saying, how would that work?
What do you mean?
You can't leave the room once you go into the room,
I
and he
cried.
Oh, I thought you
I
meant
think
you
it's
would
what
go
you're trying to
physically
do.
see him.
No, to see with my eyes, not. in the
Gotcha. I
magic.
apologize. I am confusion.
I don't remember if I stole it or not. I don't think I did. But it's in my bag now, so here you go.
All right, I guess I'll open the door now.
Alright, give me a D.
Have this D.
D what?
D13.
I don't like that at all.
It's for the number of dragons that you're gonna have to fight.
D stands for dragon.
T stands for dragons. God.
$13.
Ruh-roh.
13 dragons. Alright, as you open the door, you kind of are, you know what you're expecting, and when you open the door, you don't find what you're expecting. Instead, what you find is what appears to be the closet of hang on, let me double check a thing real quick.
Oh yeah, did we change the door? I think we might have.
No, I mean, like, the last time we used this, we walked into the scrying room and a dragon chased us out, and we haven't used it since.
Yeah,
I'm like 90% sure of that.
as you open the door and kind of step through, it's like you're stepping through into the stern castle of a small ship. There's a little bit of a galley. You can see there's a little stove. There's a tiny little bar with just one stool in front of it. and a tiny little fold down like table that has like another stool that you can set in front of it, but it has to be folded up when it's not in use because this is like a really, really tiny ship. It's like the size of a fishing boat, basically.
Does this look familiar at all?
Give me an investigation check. Not at first, but when you step through and begin to look around, you can kind of see out one of the portholes to the side. You're definitely in a small ship, and you can see through the portholes that there's another identical small ship just over to the side of it. And both of these little ships are tethered to one large balloon, and that one large balloon is sitting in the middle of a large cave with little bits of mist trickling in from a waterfall near the entrance off in the distance.
Fucking dragons.
Scrambled eggs.
It's the goddamn scrambled eggs. Motherfucking Rex and Prandy did this shit.
But then he put the key back?
No,
In
yeah, that would make sense. Why would he
Flick's-
do that?
In Flick's pocket?
I didn't even know he has that key.
I'll take a picture out of the porthole for memories.
All right, you do actually see that there's a tiny little dragon that's kind of just like swimming around in the pond in the middle of this cavern.
I knock on the window.
Yeah, you kind of like wave, and this little whelp looks up at you and does this hiccup bark thing.
I go back outside. Close the
One
door
of
behind me.
those- One of those dragons stole the key just because, like, oh, this will be hilarious, not even knowing what it was or what it did, and then just, like, planted it on Flick at random. That's my guess.
This would explain why I don't remember taking it.
They just, like, fucked with it. Like, oh, I'll put it on this door. Like, just picked one. These motherfuckers.
Just like a dragon.
Just like a
Sorry.
dragon.
A dragon the size of a horse did that.
I mean,
They can be very sneaky.
they were next to us the entire time.
It's not like for them to steal from us. I don't think that ever occurred to any of us.
I didn't even get to make a check against it.
No, I don't think they would
Passive
have
perception of 21, though. They must have rolled pretty good.
It's 23.
23.
It's very good.
See the stealth of a dragon? It's not very good.
Well, guys, it looks like, well,
How'd it go, little orc? Did you scry on Uno? What'd you see?
it's real funny. Look at this. And I show him the picture. You see that? Yeah, it looks like this key is now tethered to a ship back at the dragon's cave.
Why?
Like the portholes of the scrambled egg.
Would someone really do that? Just go in people's pockets and take their keys?
People do that.
I ain't never heard of such a terrible thing all my days.
I want to assume it was none of us because none of us would want to lose the ability to scry on things.
Well, here's the thing. That person would know that some of us can scry normally.
An honest man just kills someone else and takes their keys. What's this taking something out of somebody's pocket? They don't even know you done
I
it.
think it was what you call an Oonga Boonga prank.
Oonga boonga prank. About to get your Oonga boonga head chopped off. In the dragon's ears.
Yeah, Oonga Boonga prank is like the closest thing you can get to it. It's not the same. Well, I guess I'll just die of sadness now.
Would you like me to scry?
He just like lays on the ground.
Just fucking collapses.
It's
A little
just
Christian underneath.
dies. Just goes gentle into that good night.
I'm
Well-
just kidding. But yes, actually, if you would scry on her, that'd be... Well, do we need to save your magic?
We'll
He
be
didn't.
resting for some time.
He didn't see her neither. Can you do it off of just having somebody told
Do
to
it.
you about?
Wait, what about this? And I cast Disguise Self, and I just change into her.
Oh yeah.
I can do that, and I can do it based on description, and I
Look at me!
that belongs to her. You count as her likeness, and this counts as an object that belongs to her. So yeah,
Oh
but
yeah, we did this Leah before.
yeah. Let's see if I have it prepared. Actually, if not, we'll do it first thing in the morning. 5th level. Scrying is not prepared.
I guess I won't transform.
Don't worry.
But how's about we? What time of day is it, Feck?
It would be kind of 4:35 in the afternoon.
Okay. How about we spend the rest of the evening here? I'll whip up some dinner. We'll get some sleep. In the
But I
morning,
would
Nomad
stake
can
out.
do that scrying, and then y'all can return to Seattle.
With the stakeout.
I am really hungry. Can I eat something alive?
Stakeout.
I thought
Well,
you
you
got
have-
yourself
oh.
some carry out from the cemetery in Seattle. Did you not do that?
No, they would not let me take a body.
They would
Or
not
brain.
keen on that idea.
Man, I don't know if there's any.
Didn't we like
Bunch of evil
save him
ghost
from-
fish down to the south, just saying.
Can you eat a dragon brain for a Nomad? I don't want to, keep you hungry or nothing. I don't know how hungry you are, but if you can wait a couple days, I have a tasty dragon brain for you.
You don't need any brain, as long as it's sufficiently intelligent.
Just
Uh.
I don't mean for you to starve yourself or nothing. Just if you're trying to get some knowledge from a brain that you eat, it seems like that one might have some important knowledge for us.
That one might also.
Yeah, dragon's a wicked spot.
Yeah, they might also have a god taint going on, thanks to the Kuatoa.
What's the Orcish word for taint?
Oonga Boonga
Boonga
Butt
Boonga
Bridge?
Bunga Bunga Grundle.
Oonga Boonga Taint, right?
Oonga Boonga Butt Bridge.
I'm just kidding. Taint was the first common word I learned.
That is neat to know. Corruption, by which
I feel like Grundle is a much more orcish word for taint than taint.
Yeah, it is. You're right. But anyway, how's about we spend the evening here, and then y'all can go to Seattle in the morning after we do that scrying, and
Well,
Get
I
your
was
shot.
going to go stake out the Kuatoa tonight.
well, that's fine too. I
Stick
just
out.
mean, as far as having all of our group plan in place,
Can
spend the
you-
evening here in
you can
Firebirds.
take out
Can you
tonight.
make me some snacks for the stakeout?
I'd be happy to. What kind of snacks you keen on?
Steak.
Steakums for the stakeout.
Steak.
I'm sorry, little orc.
Steak,
I know
steak.
steak. All I had when I shopped in Seattle was a bunch of seafood, tropical fruit, that sort of thing. I could put together like a swordfish steak. It ain't quite the same.
That will do.
All right then,
It sounds kind of good.
it's real good.
All
That's
right.
real good.
You guys are able to have yourselves a dinner, get kind of replenished, and you actually kind of notice the kobolds are a little envious. They see you guys having a
Yeah.
nice cooked meal.
No, I'm sorry, I meant to mention. I'll make a point of making enough. It's like how many kobolds is it? It's like 500.
It's about, I believe I said 90 or so. It's a small community.
Okay, cool. And they're kobolds. I've made food for 90 kobolds before in this campaign, so I'll make the point of making enough food for everybody. I actively want to befriend these
Nomad
kobolds.
asks. Yeah, Nomad asks if you wish to try something new.
Who, me?
Yeah.
What you got for me for a nomad? I don't
Fresh.
want to try any
Fresh
raw brains or
electric.
nothing, but
Yeah, fresh electric eel.
electric. What's
He
what's
holds
the
up
Orcish
one
word
of
for
those.
electric?
Well, he holds up one of those portraits of those monsters we killed.
Oh, them things.
He informs like you that back in Seattle, their meat sold quite well. That means they were edible. Someone tested it and they were edible.
Well, sure. I'd always like to try something new. See if I can
And
mix that
the-
up with
Yeah, these are massive, by the way. These will feed
Yeah.
an entire village, no problem, and us.
Well, that's perfect for a nomad. Thank you very much. If you don't mind me using it for that, it sounds like it's worth a lot to you, though.
It's all right, as long as you let me keep the heart.
Heart's all yours. I'll sort of
Heart.
butcher the heart
and
out.
brain.
And the scales, right? We got to keep the scales.
Oh yeah, we have to keep the scales. No one's gonna eat those scales. And
Right.
the little discs, those are vital as well.
Great. Whatever's not important for nomad to keep, I will cook up and make a large meal for this whole village of kobolds.
You have to
Alright.
describe how it tastes, Feck.
It's interesting. It's bizarre. It's honestly not super great, but you can understand that like some people will pay extra just to eat something weird so that they can say that they've eaten something weird. It's got this very stringy, seafoody taste to it. However, it is a little bit unusual. Going down there's just kind of a tingle like pop rocks the whole way, which is especially strange for meat.
Right.
But the kobolds are incredibly appreciative.
Of course.
They are very thankful to have a nice meal that is not just like cave crickets and terrible shit like that. They do have a little bit of their own. They appear to have several little salamanders, and when I say salamanders, what I mean is like fire newts, like tiny 2-foot tall bipedal sentient humanoid fire newts that they have killed and slain and are willing to consume. But yeah.
Everybody eats good when they're under my care. Here, we are Legion. We eat good.
They eat sentient fire youths. Oh shit.
But yeah, you're able to have a nice dinner, get rested up, and with that, if you want to head off on your scouting mission, you feel well equipped to do so. It was Ace and Flick and Vasu, right?
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Vasu, what's
Take
up?
care.
I know we had a lot of time like hanging around and cooking dinner and stuff. Before this scouting mission, would I have had time to resummon Shu?
Absolutely.
Cool.
All right, easy peasy. The three of you guys, I assume, how are you getting down there? Are you taking Flick's ship, or are you gonna have another way to cast Windwalk? How are you doing it?
Oh yeah.
I can fly.
Wait, wait. Hey, Flick.
I know I can carry Ace. How light is
How long can you be water?
I mean, I can only do that once for a day, basically. So it's not going to work both ways.
Going to be naked.
That too.
How light are you? Sorry, I know it's rude to ask how much someone like weighs or whatever, but
Like 120 pounds, 25, something like that.
How tall are you?
5'6".
How hollow are your bones?
How hollow are your horns?
Alright, horns. I don't weigh those. Probably don't weigh that much, do they? I don't know. Are horns heavy? I guess they would be.
I've only like messed with hollowed out ones turned into shofars, so I have no idea.
Okay, I'm typing up how heavy are ram horns. A bighorn ram's horns can weigh 30 pounds.
Yet horn is keratin covering live bone, so I guess it would be pretty heavy.
Well, are your horns like a bighorn sheep?
Either way, the question here, I suspect, is can Vasu carry you? How much does your character weigh?
I have 130 written down. I think I took 5 pounds for the horns. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Maybe.
seems reasonable. So there you go, Vasu.
Well, there you go. You can carry me and probably Ace, because Ace is.
You'd
like
have to
2
like we'd
pounds.
have to leave a lot of equipment behind. I'm like 30 pounds.
I was gonna say my real life son weighs about 30 pounds, and you're smaller than him, I think.
Yeah,
Ace also has hollow bones.
I have hollow bones.
He's actually lighter than your son.
Yeah, almost certainly.
So if you guys didn't bring anything significant with you, Vasu could potentially do it. He's pretty big.
I still need my bow, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Bow
That's
can't
like
weigh
real
that
death would. It's
much.
gonna weigh nothing.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like you
Mind
could
you,
probably
the
each bring a
rule
weapon.
about carrying another medium creature is you move half your speed.
Okay, my carrying max is 180. Push drag lift limit is 360. I'm only carrying 94 pounds of things in my inventory, and that's not counting the like bag of holding I have. I think I'm essentially not carrying any weight myself right now.
Yeah, that
Say
would,
you're a monk. What on earth do you need?
don't
A
have
spear
armor.
and nothing else.
Yeah, and the spear is probably not too heavy. I think it's 3 pounds total.
5 pounds, yeah, 3 or 5.
I think pretty much everything fits in my bag of holding except for my armor. I can take off the half plate and just wear the studded leather.
You could probably put Ace in the bag of holding, just let his head stick out.
If you're going to do that, you would want to do the heavier person, right?
Can I
Yeah.
fit in a bag of holding?
Yeah.
Probably. What's your acrobatics?
Passive 25.
Oh my god, almost certainly.
Are you a contortion artist?
Yes.
So, I'll go into, for the sake of moving this along so that we can get some stuff done. You have to do some weird shit. Like, somebody's probably got to be stuffed into a bag of holding with their head poking out. There's probably going to be some stretches where Vasu needs to, like, take a breather because he's carrying you guys around. But you're both pretty light relative to Vasu, and Vasu's pretty tall and strong. You guys bringing along basic armor and a weapon or two and something like that. I'll say that you guys are able to fly your way up over this mountain ridge and then back down the other side, and it takes probably a couple hours. You would arrive on the edge of the Kuatoa town around 7 o'clock. As you begin to crest over it, though, you do notice, let me get perception checks and stealth checks from all three of you.
Okay.
how-
Note. Since I'm kind of flying encumbered, and since I have Shu back and I can communicate telepathically with her and stuff within 100 feet, I'm gonna have her flying out those full 100 feet ahead of us and also making her own perception and stealth checks.
Perfect.
Because she has advantage on the perception.
Hell yeah.
So if she sees some shit like ahead of us, ooh, that's not a good stealth.
How high up in the air are
Some
we?
real shit coming up. She'll probably warn me.
I assume you guys are staying kind of low to the ground, but correct me if you're wrong, or if I'm wrong.
Probably. It's what's the lighting?
Pretty dim and overcast at all times, just because of the massive cloud cover from all the ash cloud and
Okay. We said like 7 o'clock, so is it like
yeah, it's starting to
night-ish
get
time?
it's starting to get a little dark out too, just naturally.
Okay, but not enough for me to get my advantage on my stealth.
Not quite. I'll call it. It's probably about to be dim light. Yeah, you can. I'll allow that.
Thank you for allowing that.
Here, also, just so we don't fuck this up. It's on Vasu.
You
so,
can do that?
Excellent.
Yeah.
So wait, I forget how invisibility works. Does that target things I'm carrying or wearing as well? Am I technically carrying?
A creature
Flick
you
and-
touch
Yeah.
becomes
No?
invisible until the spell ends. Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it's on the target's person.
So the bag of holding is invisible. Flick's head is just kind of poking out of it, and it looks like you're carrying around just Flick's head.
But my head
I'm
has a stealth of
carrying
30,
him.
so
Perfect.
It just looks like one of those horrible things we encountered in like session 2.
It
that
kind of
almost
does.
that I
That is-
almost turned
this is-
into. Yeah.
This is an
Yeah.
alternate future where he turned into one of those things. Okay.
Excellent.
You guys are able to go unnoticed, thankfully, for a lot of this. But you do notice as you're heading down the other side of this mountain range that there is a large dragon that flies up from the city over your head and up towards the tower. With your perception check, 19, 10. Did I get a perception from Ace? Oh,
I think it's at the top. 29.
29, 22. It is coated in soot and ash, and it is jet black. And it sails over you. It seems to have a big bundle of kind of this canvas that has been tied up, and it's got it curled under one of its arms as it flies back up over the tower. Doesn't seem to notice you guys. Lands on the tower and then kind of disappears into the tower.
Do you think there are two dragons and they're just like fucking over these people and turning them against each other?
Do you think people do that? Just fuck with people and try to turn them against each other? Like, why would they do that?
He said it was covered in soot, though. It might be the same dragon.
Did it look like the soot was coming off of it? This black soot?
With the 29, it was definitely like trailing soot. Like there was soot that was kind of falling off of it as it flew. However, with the 29, you would at least, at the very, very least, be able to tell that this thing had kind of these bright yellow eyes. Well, I guess that wouldn't really be affected by soot anyway. 29 is really good. You get the sense that its natural scale color appeared to be black.
Gotcha.
All right. You guys are able to continue your way down until eventually you get to the edge of this civilization. Unseen by anyone, as long as you don't get too close. You're all aware that Kuatoa have some ability to detect invisible things. In fact, being invisible might make you more conspicuous if you were to get within the range of that. But you've spent enough time with Spurgle and his little companions that you've learned that range. It's about 60 feet, and you know to be careful about it. When you arrive, you can see that they seem to be in a very similar state to the kobolds when you met them. They're kind of all moving with their tails between their legs, metaphorically speaking, from building to building. A lot of them are dragging in crates and wheelbarrows that have traces of this horrible smelling sulfur, and some of them are beginning to haul out new loads from the nearby mine. Some of them are dipping over to the hot springs nearby. But yeah, that's what you're able to see from a distance.
I guess I'll get a little closer, guys. Or we should all get closer, but Vasu should not be invisible anymore.
I can turn that off, no worry.
Yeah, we can either turn that off or I can just send Shu over there.
I have not seen any owls at all here. It might be suspicious if an owl just appears.
He's a tiny dragon, technically.
Yeah, he's like a flaming owl. They fit right in like volcano eras, probably, right? But they fly too close.
True, but I'm better at seeing things than him.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna sneak up.
Notably, Nordo has not seen any flaming owls, but you did see a tiny little pueo, which is
A who what?
a pueo, which is a little owl native to volcanic regions.
Spell it.
Pueo. I did. With my
That's
mouth.
right.
Like,
spelling.
like Kirby Puyo, or like Puyo Puyo Tetris, or like
Puyo? Oh, Puyo.
Oh, okay.
I heard fucking quail. Quail. Like
I heard
Yeah, I
quail
heard
this time.
quail too. This is exactly how I imagined Shu, except on fire.
Also, why am I typing as Gale? What happened?
Yeah, I was
It's
like,
okay.
you did not type it.
Have you ever
Oh,
seen me
that's
and Gale in the same
adorable.
place?
I've never seen you and Gale in the same place, I'll admit it. You don't even
I
play in the
have.
same room when we play our home game.
It's real conspicuous, isn't it? All right. What do you guys want to
So
do?
why did that not work?
I'm gonna kind of sneak up and try to see if I can overhear something.
All right. You disable the invisibility so as not to trigger their special sense, and you begin to skulk about, listening for some sort of conversation. Go ahead and give me a luck check.
Oh, that's not very good.
Most of what you hear is... Ah, bastards. We brought him so much and he was so unpleased. Never pleased, never satisfied. Always more. More. Alright, well, there's the southern pools. I think it's time we start breaching into there. We're gonna have to clear out the spiders. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we'll have to do it. There's a big vein in there that perhaps we can try to exploit for next time. He'll be back soon. He'll probably be back sooner than expected.
They seem like kind of in the same like super weak state as the kobolds do.
They're not in great shape. They don't have a lot of food. Their houses are run down. You can see that their buildings are damaged by large claw marks and smashed by dragon's tail. Yeah, they don't look like they're in great shape.
Right. I'm gonna. Does it look like there's like a leader?
You are able to overhear at one point one of them, the one who called out like which cave to go into, spoke with some degree of authority, and although you're kind of listening through a window and not able to see any of them, you can at least hear the voice of that one, and it sounds like they're kind of in charge.
All right. I'm gonna. I guess. Hey, should we try to approach them, Flick?
1 second, my stomach's growling. I need to make it stop. I'm gonna duck in the bag for 2 seconds.
Is that your character way of saying that you're going to go away for a bit and just do what I want?
It's my character way of saying that I'm hungry, so Flick's going to eat his snack.
Okay, well, you eat your snack. I'm going to go talk to them. Wish me luck.
Oh god, maybe I should wait. Why are we talking to them?
We're gathering information, much like we do with the kobolds.
Okay.
Very much seems like they're in a very similar situation to the kobolds.
Okay.
In before, the Kuo-toa have some similar narrative about how like the kobolds worship the dragons because oh my god,
It's very
these motherfuckers.
Yeah, they're clearly turning each other. So the black dragon's going after the white Kuo-toa, and the white dragon's going after the black.
The dragon
kobolds.
is telling the kobolds that the Kuo-toa worship and created it, and the dragons are telling the Kuo-toa that the kobolds worship it and are treating it as their god.
Something like that. Yep.
God,
Fine,
Could solve this a lot easier with genocide.
just genocide both the kobolds and the
it
Kuo-toa.
would-
That's the fix.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't have the keepers to, help with the next phoenix.
Yeah,
You're
but
not
we
even here.
have the keys.
All right, I'm
not here.
gonna poke out, try to get the attention of, I guess. I'm just gonna walk up to him. I don't care.
All right, you just kind of like walk in through the front door, and immediately, all of them turn and look at you. You can see that there are 5 of these Kuo-toa, fully albino. They've got these pinkish eyes, little bits of red in some of them where it's deeper colored. This brilliant white skin, and you can see that the largest one, which is still dressed very meagerly, but has a handful of ornaments made of onyx and obsidian and pumice, turns and looks at you, and without a word, kind of rushes over with this smack, smack, smack of his weird Kermit feet, walks right up to you, says, "Who are you?"
Oh,
You got so close to your mic just now. That freaked me out.
He just touched gnosis with you.
I'm Ace. What's your name?
Thank you, Feck. That was the most visceral experience I've ever
was
had in any D&D
That was like some ASMR.
You described the Kermit feet
Kuo-toa run.
flapping so well, and then you got so up close to the mic that I could see this horrible fish man run straight at me.
You know what? Why do we all know what he means by Kermit feet slapping when Kermit never walks?
We've seen Kermit's feet a lot, though.
We know how to
Never
run.
walks well.
We see his flailing upper body.
Yeah, but we've never seen him actually walk.
Right. His feet never slap, not once ever, but we all know exactly what it meant.
Anyways,
Okay.
my name's Ace. I am an investigative reporter.
That sounds like a made-up job. What does that even mean?
Oh, well, I find mysteries. I get to the bottom of them, and then I tell people about them.
Okay. Well, tell us a mystery. What is a mystery you found?
Well, I might pull out my little journal. There was this real Mythwood island we found, and a giant sinkhole appeared in it, and there were monsters in there that were trying to eat real Mythwood. So we saved it. I actually, in person, do not remember that story very well, so I'm just kind of making it up as I'm going.
All right, you begin to tell the story, and you get to the end of it. He's like, "Okay, well, that's cool."
Yeah, and you seem to have a dragon problem.
We do. We've got a very serious dragon problem, and kobolds too. He's got a whole army of them.
Yep, you know what? I kind of saw this coming.
Yeah, did they fuck with you too? Fuck with everyone. Fuck with everyone on this mountain. They're trying to take it for themselves.
Have you ever seen the kobolds?
Of course we have.
And you've seen them being violent towards you?
Yeah, of course. They, well, I mean,
Or is you just taking what the asshole dragon is saying to be truth?
well, I mean, I saw it, my grandma saw it with her own. It's been passed down for generations. We all know the story.
Okay, so yes. Okay, well, we'll get to that in a second. I get the feeling that this is bigger than you think. So what is that dragon doing other than terrorizing you?
Well, once upon a time, we were responsible for protecting this holy place. I'm sure.
Yeah, you had a key, and the kobolds had a key, and the key brought you guys to the Firebird's Roost.
Damn, you're good. Okay, all right. Well, then. So the kobolds, there was a dragon that appeared on the island, and because kobolds are weak, shallow creatures that can only think under the leadership and authority of something bigger and stronger than themselves, decided to just like throw themselves at the dragon and serve him. They gave him the key, they gave up all their power, and then they tried to like overthrow everybody and take the whole island for themselves.
Did they take your key?
What? Of course they did. They took everything. They ate our babies. They learned. They've turned us into like they eat our eggs like it's a delicacy.
That's gross.
Yeah,
That's just mean.
it's really gross. We just want to live our lives here. We just want to go back to normal, but we've been stuck on this shithole island for generations. We've been stuck like this for generations. We're fish. We don't belong on a volcano island. We used to be able to control the fire, apparently, according to the legends. We used to have magic that made this place bearable, and it made our ponds not smell like a rotting egg's ass.
And you don't have magic anymore?
No.
Okay. I feel like I want to get to know you more because I feel like I need to build some trust with you.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Ace.
I'm Hohelblub of the Crag.
Oh, that's a great name.
Thank you. It's been in our name, well, I guess it's been in our family for generations. Just the Crag part. The Hohelblub is just me.
Have you seen any other Kinku around?
No.
Okay.
But like, we're not allowed to leave. Like, if we try to leave, the dragon just like eats us.
That's just. I gotcha.
In fact, I don't know how you got here. Did the dragon not try to eat you?
Oh, we used magic, and we had a real close call. To be perfectly honest, we appeared in that tower, and then we left the tower.
Wait, you're not. Wait! You appeared in the tower? You're not
on accident.
You're not.
No.
Okay.
No, we're probably going to kill the dragon. I think there's two.
Okay. Wait, what?
Well, it's a theory. I pull out my notes that I took from the kobolds, and I'm like, I think the kobolds are also being terrorized by a dragon.
No, that's
they think. Yeah, I saw it kind of take all their gold, just like that guy did to you. There's like a white one that's terrorizing them, and a black one that's terrorizing you.
You are with a dragon. You're full of dragon's tricks.
I'm a horrible liar.
Yeah, you are.
It's true, he is.
No, I can tell. You're lying to me right now.
Why would I lie to you?
Because you're the same size as the kobolds. I don't know.
I'm the same size as you.
This doesn't make any sense.
Listen. How about this? Let me find out more information and see what I can do.
You're not gonna like go, like, tell them our secrets or anything. We really need
to.
If they attack that, never mind. I shouldn't say anything about the caves.
I heard nothing about the caves.
Good.
Okay. When did the dragon appear?
Oh, I don't know. It's been my mom's mom. It would have been like, oh boy. Maybe 1,500 tides or so.
Okay, let me do math. Carry the 1.
Tides a day, right?
Tides are months, right?
The Kuatoa use tide for month roughly.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You said how many months?
Which is weird because there's a high tide and a low tide almost every day.
Yeah.
It works out to like 110, 115 years.
Gotcha. And before that, what was the relationship with the kobolds?
Well, before they went and lost their minds and got all dragon horny, we used to work together to protect this island, and we protected the gate to the plane of fire.
Well, what if it was time for you to protect the gate again?
Well, if we could, we would rise up and resume our job and try to do it alone, I guess. But I don't think you understand. It's a dragon. You've seen what they've done to the city. Like, look at us. We're like the size of its
We've killed the
fingernail.
dragon before.
Have you?
Yeah, it was tough.
I don't believe you.
What was that dragon? It was a
Fossils,
green
like
dragon?
wearing dragon fossils.
Yeah, he's like literally wearing dragon parts.
Oh shit! Fuck! Give me
Yeah.
give me a persuasion check.
Me? Oh,
That's bad because he's wearing literal dragon parts. But
That's pretty convincing. All right. Listen, we're not going to jump into this all stupid. We don't want to get ourselves extinct.
oh no.
But if what you say is true, and if you made it here without dying, then you've definitely got some sort of magic at least.
Yeah, there's more of us. It's not just us three.
Well, apparently there's...
I'm more than just a head, I swear.
Are you? Well, no, I can tell, yeah. You're like a weird bag with a head.
Do any of these do any of these Kuatoa look familiar from my dream?
Very, at least like physiologically.
But, like,
give me an investigation check.
I also have that piece of that drawing that Nomad made me.
You
Or
do.
Nordo made me.
You do.
Quality was 19.
With 19 quality and a 30 investigation, they look very, very, very similar. They've got the same kind of weird whiskers that were noted. And looking at this largest one that is in charge, you can see that one of his eyes is like a little bit lopsided in the same way. It actually looks very, very familiar.
I showed him. I'm like, I had a dream actually about you guys. I think
Are you hitting on me?
not like that, like a premonition.
Oh. Is that why you're
See,
here?
I think so. In my dream, you guys were surrounding me, and then these colored spots appeared on you, and then still stones started like coming out of you or being on you.
Still stones.
Yeah.
What are those?
I pull out one from my bag. This little magic stones.
Oh. Well, that's
You
weird.
can put them in objects. They like here. I hand it to them. Be careful. They're kind of explosive sometimes, but they contain lots of solidified magic that you can put to objects.
What do you hand him?
Just a small stillstone. I think I have like a small stillstone on me.
Sure. You hand him just like a cantrip level stillstone?
Yeah.
You hand it over, and as soon as it kind of rests in this Kuatoa's hands, you watch as the color, just kind of like a dying light bulb, just turns to glass. Just turns into kind of a dead, inert stone, kind of an empty crystal.
What?
Whoa.
I don't get it. What's it supposed to do? It just looks like quartz or
No,
something.
like I'm good. Can I make a medicine check to see if he like looks any different,
Is this like
or
snake
maybe an
oil?
investigation check?
You aren't like lying about other shit, are you?
No, hold on. This is interesting. What type of check can I make to see if it like has done anything? Has he changed color?
You can give me a medicine check or an arcana check.
Do I get advantage if it's medicine since he's a humanoid?
Um,
Or no?
nah. Nah, not for this one. It's not like
I'm gonna burn some advantage or inspiration on this.
Sure.
better.
Do I know enough about still stones having grown up around them so much that I can just do like a jeweler's kit to tell if this like I mean I probably already get it from what you described, but can I tell if this like all the magic has been sapped out of this still
It
stone?
definitely looks like it. It no longer vibrates. The color and light has been drained from it. I wouldn't even say that there's a check required. However, you can give me an arcana check for another reason.
Good at Arcana, but I'll roll it.
It
Damn.
it
Oh
does
damn.
the
That's a nat 19.
as the color is drained from it, at first it kind of appears to be like quartz-like, but then you can see that even the clarity of it begins to fade until eventually it kind of just looks like this dark, kind of silvery colored, powdery lead-like color, and that looks kind of familiar to you.
Oh. How did you do that?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just a weird rock. I assume you're the
No,
one doing magic here.
did you see how I handed you a rock that had color and then when you touched it, it turned into lead?
Yeah, I thought it was like magic or something. Is that what it's supposed to do?
No, it's supposed to not do that. You
Check
turned
at
it.
the risk of interrupting. when you say familiar, does this look like the kind of streaks I was seeing in the statues of the elementals back at that place where I got barreled?
It sure do.
Kind of shit that the Blue
Mhm.
Order was doing? Oh, interesting.
Oh, this is weird. Okay. That was. Sorry, you having me at a loss for words right now.
Well, you had a lot of them earlier.
Yeah. So, these dragons, do they just want treasure from you? Is that it?
Sulfur. I mean, if we find other things, we're supposed to bring them. Like, I don't know, if we find any diamonds, we're supposed to bring them diamonds that we find. Yeah, if we find diamonds, we're supposed to bring diamonds too, but mostly we're supposed to keep mining sulfur, lots of sulfur.
Is this the side of the tower that the sulfur was on? And inside the room?
y- yeah, it would have been. Wait, let me double check.
I see. I mean,
it would have been.
interesting. This is hmm. Okay. So here's the dealio. We're probably planning on killing those dragons because we need to get to the Firebird's roost.
Sure, kill the dragon. Yes, you mentioned it.
So any information you can give on them would be beneficial.
All right. Well, here's what I know. The dragon's name is. Her name is. Her name is Brimroxafel. She's a black dragon. She has the ability to kind of make acid and do an acid breath sort of deal. It melts things almost instantaneously. It's this horrible yellow stuff. We always assumed that the sulfur was because she ate sulfur and that's how she made the acid. So maybe if you have any sort of like acid sulfur protection stuff, you should probably do that. Definitely don't bring anything like sulfur to her. And probably don't go to her anytime soon because we just gave her a bunch of sulfur. In fact, you might just want to leave this island immediately and never come back.
I don't think that's an option.
Okay.
There's a lot at stake.
Well, if that's not an option, she also has very large teeth and claws and a tail that could break you in half in the blink of an eye, because she is 700 times bigger than you.
True.
She can fly. You've seen that. Dragons can fly.
Yep.
What else? She likes to eat us sometimes. And she comes every couple of weeks or so to pick up all of our sulfur and take it back to her tower, which is up on that spire over there. And she kind of points up the mountain ridge to, once again, the same tower.
So, what did your people do before the dragons? Like, you said that there used to be good springs here.
Yeah, we lived here. We apparently our ancestors used to have magic that helped us to tame the land, and we were tasked with protecting the portal up at the top of the volcano. But we haven't even seen the top of the volcano in, I don't know, 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. It's hard to say. As long as I've been around, and as long as my mom's been around, and my mom's been around, and her mom's been around.
We were up there just earlier today.
What's it like?
Really hot.
I kind of figured.
Like, too hot.
Well, yeah. But, apparently that was what the magic was for. We used to have a key, and the legend is that key would help with that.
Does it? I pull out the picture that has like the soul set, like it would fit here.
Well, we only have it was just and she kind of like makes a C shape with her fingers. I don't know where you would get the other, and she like holds up another C shape with her other hand. Like, I don't know where you'd get that, but yeah, that's what our key looks like, kind of.
Hmm. Do you mind if I have a moment with my compatriots?
No, go for it. We should actually probably discuss what we're going to do about a nothing for a moment, too. So if you could give us a little quiet.
Okay, we'll be quiet over here. Hey Vasu, like, I'm not very good with words, obviously, but it sounds like we probably get the leaders of both tribes to meet with each other and actually talk and find out that they're both being screwed over by dragons. I don't know how we could make that go over well.
No, I mean, they both seem
Seem like they've been fucked for
there was the
generations over generations by a giant dragon who's turned them
well,
against each other.
that. But I was also gonna say, and I was trying to think of a nice way to say it. They both seem. I mean, just these folks in general both seem like they're kind of easily swayed or convinced. So I think we could definitely do that and unite these people against the greater evil. And I think I might even have a song for it.
Oh no.
Well, hold on before you do whatever you're doing, Vasu. As lovely as it might be, it sounds like this is something that we should tread lightly with, because you say that they seem easily swayed, but I get the feeling that there are certain things they might not be easily swayed about, like the fact that for generations they have hated each other. What about you, Flick? Any thoughts?
I mean, I don't know. These guys are just so stupid. It's hard to reason with them.
That's a little rude. I'm sure that if you were trapped on an island with no magic and you had dragons eating your babies and killing all of your people, you probably wouldn't have much time to be intelligent.
I'd probably just stop living on that island, but
They said that if they try to leave, the dragon eats them.
oh.
So yeah, they're kind of screwed. The damage on these buildings here, at a quick glance, I'm assuming it's probably like acid damage, and it looks different from the type of damage we saw near the kobolds.
Give me an investigation check. The damage that you see appears to be physical. There's a lot of crushing, probably by a large tail, and a lot of slashing by large claws. Conspicuously, no signs of acid damage.
Gotcha. I'm going to try to take a picture of getting some of the damage and possibly even some of the Kuatoa looking really sad and depressed.
Okay. That's not
Like, like those movies where it's like, for 5 cents a day, you could feed a child.
Sure. Sarah McLachlan begins playing.
The arms. Oh.
Yeah, that's. But yeah, try to get a good feel of how much damage has been here. I might take a few photos. It does take time in between them though, but get a good feel for like all the damage that's going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Try not to photograph any of like their areas over here, specifically just the stuff that's in ruins, and then maybe like one where you can see this stuff in the background, kind of, and some people.
Absolutely. You're able to get just a little bit of documentation done, at least of the squalorous conditions that they're in, and the fact that they are not living well, and that their buildings are damaged, obviously by dragons, or by a dragon.
Yeah. We might be able to use this to convince the others, the kobolds, that they're not alone in their suffering.
That's a good idea. I mean, can't really deny proof. I mean, they might, but it's harder to.
I'm really curious if the kobolds have the same reaction with still stones.
It is real weird. I mean, none of them are white, though.
No, but they also said that they were absent of magic.
True. I mean, we could try it.
You don't think it's a curse, do you?
Not one I could get rid of. Not easily, anyway. There'd be more to it than just smacking him on the forehead and saying you're cured. There'd be some other thing to do.
Might be. My idea is maybe we go back to the kobolds and discuss the conditions of the Kuatoa, take some pictures of what the kobolds are dealing with, and take it back here and see if we can get their leaders to agree to a meeting. I obviously wouldn't probably be able to do the talking, but I could at least gather the information.
Right, right.
Might be
Yeah.
something for you or Moat.
Quite possibly. I mean, yeah, we need the proof first, but we can talk to these guys and see if they'll meet. I mean,
Yeah.
what's our ultimate goal here?
Well, Moat's ultimate goal is balance, and it seems like this island itself is out of balance, and this island, honestly, becoming balanced will help him become the Phoenix or
Right,
something.
but what do we gain by the kobolds and the Kuatoa not hating each other? Couldn't we just kill the dragons and then
Because
deal with peace
because these
after?
are the guardians of those who become the next Firebird after Moat.
Right, but why do we have to do it before we kill the dragons? If we do it after we kill the dragons, then they don't have any reason to hate each other.
True, I guess.
I mean, I appreciate it. It's just I don't want us to go through all this trouble and then go kill the dragons anyway.
I mean, honestly, it might be better to do that because we want to kill the dragons, so it might be best to have to lure the dragons out of the tower. And if we have them on our sides, we can plan some type of attack with traps.
Okay, like that, that's good. We lure the dragon into a mine, get it to go all the way to the bottom of the mine to talk. And then we attack the dragon, and it hopefully doesn't fly away. That's a dumb reference to a different thing.
I liked it. You're gonna have to get a bridge though, and some dynamite and some heavy chains.
Yep.
I think I'm missing the reference.
It's our other campaign. We did that with the dragon.
I had to assume. All right. Well, Vasu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop you from playing your song. What were you gonna do with your instrument?
Oh no, it's not like a song I'd play now. I feel like it's a song that might help unite the people within our nations.
God damn it.
It's not what
Zest.
you think. I just had to make a Team Power or Team Rocket reference.
Do we
I don't know
protect
why
the
I said
world
Team
from
Power.
devastation? Okay.
All right. Well. I'm gonna look around town, maybe talk to some Kuatoa, get some interviews, I guess.
Sure. Yep, you're able to kind of go around town, just get more opinions from all of the Kuatoa, get their view on things, and you find basically what you would expect. Your hunch is pretty correct that they believe very much that the kobolds are part of the problem here, that they have empowered this dragon by serving him, that they're the victims here, that they've been squeezed and are being tormented by Abram Roxafel, and yeah, you're able to kind of just follow up on that and confirm a lot of that.
All right. Do they happen to have any? I'm assuming they don't, but any hidden literature, anything that's hidden lore, anything that they're I guess have hidden away from the dragons.
Give me an investigation check, or persuasion if you want to try to convince them to let you in on that.
Oh well, they're not. I have no persuasion.
Legit. I'm just
I mean,
doing a
I'm
little
right
bit.
here.
It's fair. You can give me. Yeah, you can take the second on that if you want.
Am I not proficient in that? Oh well, that's fine.
21. You guys are both after a little bit of just old-fashioned detective work and a little bit of playing nice and trying to just schmooze them a bit. You're able to determine that most of what they have is just oral history. They used to take very kind of elaborate records, but that was all kept in the Firebird's Roost, which is now sealed away, and they aren't able to get into it partly because the dragon doesn't physically let them up the mountain, and partly because they don't have the keys.
Gotcha. All right. Should we head back to the others?
Sure. I think we're done here for now.
All right. you guys regroup, and after a little bit of a struggle, pop back into the bag, and Vasu's able to carry you back. And around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, as it has gotten very dark, but there's still streaks of orange that light up the sky all around you, up to the northeast, kind of providing this terrible California fire backdrop to the entire night. Make your way down into the kobold camp once more, regroup with your party, or at least those who are still there. It sounded like some of them were probably going to head to Seatold to do a little shopping, but we'll deal with that when we get to it.
That's in the morning.
Okay, perfect. Then in that case, you guys are able to regroup and discuss and share what you found.
So the skinny of it is what you're saying is we got the Kobold Village, the Silver Dragon, what keeps telling them that the Kuatoa are the enemy and they got their key and they're the worst. And the Kuatoa Village with the Black Dragon, what keeps telling them the same thing about this Kobold Village.
Yep. I mean, it
These
makes sense.
dragons are playing them both like a damn fiddle.
The bird you saw said that they saw a black dragon, and we saw the white one. It, I don't know, it kind of falls into place pretty easily. I mean, both places have areas destroyed by dragons. Here, I show you the photos I took. Also, I was trying to show one of the Kuatoa what a stillstone was, and it touched it. And here, and I like hand it to like Nomad. It drained all the color, and it became this, like the same thing from the colossal locust thing.
One moment, and he identifies it to make sure, like to see if it's a permanent thing.
When he hands it over, it still rings up as a stillstone. It is just an incredibly low density stillstone. It is of no value anymore. There is a tiny bit of connection to the weave that remains, just the faintest little buzz of energy around the outsides of its core, but it is a barely magical stillstone.
Does anyone have like a spare stillstone that they could hand
Hardly
over
magic
to
on this
a
one.
kobold to see what would happen?
About to ask the same question. Something like that happen if you
Might be asked what the amulet, how the amulet is.
what you talk about?
Gale handed the lady an amulet.
Right.
Yeah, you're able to find her.
Wonder if that was magic.
You're able to find her, and she hands it back. And you're a little relieved to find that as soon as she hands it back, you can feel a hum in your hand. It still seems to kind of like vibrate with energy. It seems magical still.
Seems she can. At least the kobolds cannot do this. Do you have another cantrip level stillstone?
I do not.
You actually have lots of them.
Just sold all of mine because I'm a broke bitch.
Bunch in the crafting.
Yeah, party loot. Can we give her a party loot one just to see what will
Or
happen?
can we go over the stillstone page and use one that we're not really using?
Yeah, you guys are able to kind of just. I'll pull you over. You find some low-level cantrip stone. I don't know if any of these stand out to you as particularly not valuable.
Compact ones.
You've got a 0-1 here. It's pretty typical.
Seems good enough to me.
I think that's one of mine.
All right,
Let's do that.
you hand that over to one of the kobolds. And let me double check my notes. Yeah, they kind of like toss it back and forth in their hands a few times. It continues to stay alight. There's a faint hum as it kind of waves back and forth like a lightsaber. It doesn't fade out. It doesn't disappear. It doesn't get drained of its energy. Like, I don't know. It looks like a magic rock.
Here, I handed the one that the Kuatoa drained.
All right. It kind of tosses it back and forth. Seems like a not magic rock, quartz or something, lead.
Okay.
Well, I guess that's one difference between them at least. But
Yeah.
yeah,
I kind of pull away from her so she doesn't hear us talking. But I think we should somehow try to get maybe their leaders to meet. I have some. Yeah, I pull out all my paperwork and evidence I have. Like I've talked to a lot of the Kuatoa. I've taken pictures. They're both being played, and I don't know, maybe If we let them know that they're not alone.
I think you're right. I think that that's where this should end. I don't know if that's where it should start. I think if we try to get these two together while the dragons are still around, it's just gonna rile the dragons up.
I meant
like our first step is to kill the dragons and then to cross that bridge.
maybe. I meant more like maybe have the two leaders meet, and then we could plan to get lure the dragons out somehow, and have their help with preparing for like traps and ambushes. Just because fighting a dragon in its home never seems like a wise decision.
No, I definitely agree. We should lure the dragons out one way or another. I don't want to. If these people want to fight, I'm more than happy to help them fight. I just don't want them to feel like they need to fight if it ain't their battle.
I mean, is it not? Is it
Well,
not their
it
battle?
is. I guess that's not what I meant. What I meant is
The sacrifice.
I've seen a dragon
Sure.
do a breath before, and I see these people here. They scarfed up that electric eel like it was the first meal they ever ate. One of these dragons breathes on them, it'll wipe them all out like nothing.
Yeah.
I don't want them to all sacrifice themselves for a fight that they ain't gonna make no difference in.
We
I
don't need them
do
to fight.
not
We just need their support. We need them to help us get ready.
do have a suspicion. You say that one was a black dragon, and he holds up the picture that Ace showed. None of these damages from acid.
No, it's just claw attacks.
Why would the dragon not just spread acid on the village?
But what about the other? You said there's two dragons, right? They both
Silver, they
after
use
the
eyes.
attacks?
Are there any?
Eyes.
What's silver use?
Eyes.
Is
That's
there any?
why I question why silver would be in a volcanic area in the first place.
I think it has something to do
Wait,
with like the proximity to Firebird's Roost, just like the kobold said it, the innate elemental power here maybe just suppresses other elemental powers.
It's possible.
Wait, didn't the DM himself say we saw a dragon fly by covered with a bunch of ashes, so it is something similar? Maybe he was just trying the same trick that we
Yeah,
were.
that's,
And he's been,
Yeah,
naturally
with everybody
actually
for
black.
a long
Well,
time. Maybe
also-
there's just one dragon who doesn't have acid or ice breath, and he's just, pretending to be whatever kind of dragon he wants to be to fuck over these kobolds in
It looked
Kudoa.
like he had black scales. But also, weren't the wyvern we saw up there like a mixture of?
Yeah, I was gonna say we've seen
Black
wyvern
color.
both silver and black. I still ain't convinced this ain't one dragon that just changes color. It seems real hard to believe that there's two dragons around here that none of the animals have seen. I mean, I could spend some more time talking to them, but animals see a lot, and it
Well,
seems like if there were two dragons, they'd know it.
it just seems strange that. Well, in fact, did you say I saw eye color or no?
You saw kind of a bright yellow eye color, and then just what appeared to be naturally black scales.
What about the other dragon?
That one was too far away to get an eye color, but it did appear to be silver.
Even with the 33 I had for that.
Yeah, granted that you saw that thing from 20 minutes out.
Says, hey, madam,
Yeah.
what is the silver dragon's eyes?
They're kind of a yellowy gold.
Hmm.
I mean, does that really mean anything? Can't
It could mean
you
something.
use
It
magic
could.
to change your colors? You change your eyes.
I mean, it definitely didn't disprove it. I guess.
Do I know? Okay, so this is a callback. Back in the Feywilds, I was able to recognize like the nether dragon, the space dragon by its bone structure.
dragon.
Void dragon, thank you. Do I know if void dragons are associated with a particular element, or do they just not have an element?
Oh
Hey.
god, I can't remember what checks were made about void dragons. Give me. This is going to be very difficult. You can give
Everything's
me...
very difficult for me.
fair. You can give me Arcana or History. This is going to be very difficult.
City.
A nat 20 for 19.
Oh my gosh!
What is unusual to you and what stands out to you is you have actually done a pretty decent study of dragons and how they tend to kind of counterbalance each other. A lot of them are associated with elements. There's usually at least one flight of dragons that typically counters the other really well. And what you remember very distinctly with your natural 20 for a 19 is what the fuck is a void dragon? Like, it didn't come up in your studies. It is not a normal and natural kind of dragon. Um, it, it if anything, it's probably associated with like coldness or darkness or something like that. But it's not a traditional normal kind of dragon, is what you would remember very clearly.
Okay.
Is this considered to be a city?
Yeah, it's a settlement.
It's just crazy, crazy out there long shot because I know basically nothing. But if this is kind of playing into the bigger, pardon me, cosmic scheme of everything, do we think it could be a void dragon? I don't know if void dragons could change their scales like that, but
The living one.
I mean, it was covered in soot, and there's like white soot, there's black soot. Do void dragons? Well, the other
Silver soot?
one, the Kuatoa said that that dragon did spit acid, or maybe he just meant black dragon spit acid.
I mean, who's to say that a void dragon can't just make you assume something? I mean, there's plenty of low-level magic that makes you think you're taking damage you aren't really.
Well, I mean, he
Those
does
spells.
have them. He does have the Kuatoa give them lots of sulfur. Maybe he uses the sulfur to.
Create an illusion.
I was more thinking create burning sensation, some type of chemistry.
Not to add a whole extra layer to this, but it could still be relevant. I don't know the word relevant. There's also the fact that in that tower where the dragons are living and where the kobolds and kuta are giving them all these treasures and all this sulfur, what they're doing with it is dropping it down to give off to some druids that are coming in and out of a tree. So what do the druids have to do with this dragon on top of all that? Or, I mean, I've only ever seen them druids turn into animals. They can't turn into dragons, can they?
I believe they can. At least not with druid magic. They'd have to be like super high level magic, maybe.
They could do it with druid magic.
Just, I guess that's what I'm getting at is at the end of the day, all this treasure and all this sulfur is going to some druid who's carrying it through some tree to somewhere. We don't really know where.
The tree that is protected by the SSLC.
Tree protected by New Society staples. So
By the stables.
at the end of the day, it seems like this dragon either was working for the druids or tell if their magic can do it. It is a druid.
It is distinctly just a druid.
All I'm saying is it's the Burger King.
Maybe, but I thought the druids wanted to sink the island. Doesn't seem to serve their purpose to throw it into chaos for no reason. Maybe it buys them time.
Well, if they're preventing the Phoenix from being reborn, that's their whole goal, right? Prevent the elements from getting back into balance. Can't come back into balance as long as this island doesn't have its guardians or whatever.
It also sounds like that dragon has both keys, both pieces of the key that we need to get us to the Firebird's Roost, which apparently is where they keep a lot of the documentation about all the other past Firebirds and everything like that.
But if this here dragon is actually just the druid taking on dragon shape, that would explain why I can do the different colors and such.
I doubt it could do it twice a day.
God,
true, I
why
guess
is
we've
it
seen
always fucking
earlier
druids?
today.
Can I do an Arcana check on the 9th level spell?
Sure. Yeah, you could check to see if there are any spells that can turn somebody into a dragon, especially druid spells.
Not just that. A druid spell that could, while active, keep changing your form. And here's my card.
You say that's within, I don't know this in character, obviously, but that's within the scope of shape change, right?
Just wanted to make sure.
Absolutely, 100%. Druids are very adept spell shifters or shapeshifters. Sometimes they do it with spells. Sometimes they do it with a more primal and innate magic that is more closely connected to basically jacking directly into the weave.
This is also a wizard spell. That's why I thought this would be
But yeah,
good for me to know.
you would be aware that at very, very high levels, druids are certainly capable of spells that allow them to change not only into things like dragons, but into multiple shapes over the course of time.
This druid. Well, here's the question: did it collect the things within an hour?
Um, yeah, Ace heard Ace had a pretty good timeline of the whole thing.
I saw both of them.
Yeah, the whole thing from the time that it left to the time that it flew back up past you guys as you were heading down to scout on the other one. No, actually, it would have been longer than that. It would have been about 2.5 hours apart.
Well, it's a whole
Okay.
lot of druids, though. I mean, for me to
Yeah, that means
feller.
it's either one powerful druid or two powerful druids.
Maybe even 3.
Maybe even 3.
And that seems most likely to me is that this is all the act of the Blue Order trying to keep the elements from getting into balance. Probably ain't no dragon at all.
It seems like the wisest decision would be to go scout out the area. But the thing is, even if they weren't dragons, so if they weren't dragons, they were druids, then what? How do you explain the wyvern?
You know what I think we should do?
Thank you.
I guess I don't know about the wyverns. That throws a little wrench in the whole thing.
I think we should probably go investigate, perhaps.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Is what if we just stand outside? If we're gonna wait for them to come back, wait outside that tree. When they walk through that tree, there ain't gonna be no dragon. No dragon's gonna fit through that tree. We'll at least see who's coming in and out.
Dragons do have humanoid forms sometimes.
Yeah, but there was still that giant door that.
That's probably sized.
When they come in, they gotta be the size to fit through the tree, right? That's how that magic works, friend Nomad.
I think so.
So at least for the first second when he steps through, they'll be their regular form, or at least that size.
And when they leave the room, then they can grow.
At least we can see who it is.
Should we spy on the dragon? More information. Knowledge is power.
If we can, do we have a name for this dragon? And also, if the only name we have for this dragon is what this dragon has told the kobolds and Kuatoa, presumably it ain't a real name.
True. And I say the name that Fex said earlier.
So I imagine they just made that up to tell these people.
That's true.
Unless it's a real dragon, which it still could be, because they're still real wyverns.
I think for the sake of argument, it would be best to assume that it's a real dragon.
Yeah.
Assume the worst.
At the
We
end
will
of the
be
day,
fighting them.
Worst case
Exactly.
scenario, we're going to assume it's 2 dragons, because that's the worst case scenario.
oh, is real dragon or druid dragon really changes the plan, which is still to set an ambush and kill them.
Gale, what's up?
I was just wondering if I could borrow the key.
You can, but I don't know if you were here for this, or if you were AFK. But the key has been remapped to a.
Yeah, I know, because of their prank, but I think we can actually use that to our advantage right now.
Okay. Hand you the key.
I will go to the door and take my time to attune to this thing and then go inside.
All right, you
Get
open
a-
the door and you find yourself inside the stern castle of one of the scrambled eggs.
Wait, was that the name of the ship?
That was one of them.
Yes.
I sent a big list, like, in the middle of the session, but it,
Yeah, and I've been biting my tongue. I need to know. I'm gonna be a good boy and just play along with it and see when we find out how Philo died or whatever, but like this is killing me, Feck. More than the cliffhanger of like the end of the actual campaign 1 of what happened with like Philo and Lodigan. I like
You gotta know
knowing-
what happened to the ship.
Yeah, the mystery of why Philo gave up his his prized possession boat, or who killed him for it. Like that's worse, man. That's worse.
Who knows, man?
I haven't felt a pain like this in years.
Oh, I didn't realize we got that little extra bit about the tiebreaker. It was given to her as a gift.
Yeah, that's what I'm especially curious about.
No, not by Philo, but by another dragon.
Yeah,
Anyway, I don't know shit about any of that.
who the fuck is that?
I don't know, but they're conveniently
How'd he
real
get
dead.
my boat?
They got Oz at the start of their name, I'll tell you that. Just like Oz,
Mhm.
yes, and Oz and Oz, whatever her name is.
I'm so mad.
Are we gonna wrap up soon? Do you think?
Yeah, probably. We're running pretty late. Real quick though, Gale, you open the door, you find yourself in there.
All right. Cool. So as I go in, I'm going to think back to what Alex said to me before we left. That sometimes it feels like there are gaps in yourself, weakness, smallness. Those gaps are what allow you to choose what to fill them with, and what makes you strong. I'm going to take out the bomb. I'm going to put it down. I'm going to stare at it. I'm going to look out the porthole window at all the baby dragons out there. And then I'm going to text you what I do.
Okay.
The fuck?
I don't like the sound of this.
Sounds
I
very
love
suicide-y.
Like murder
And I-
suicide-y.
And after
Suicide bombery, maybe.
so that I will walk out and I will tell the group that she didn't recognize those names.
Well, it was worth a shot. They must not be from Korax, at least. It tells us something.
Damn, really? She didn't recognize him? I mean, how many dragons could there possibly be around here? You'd think they'd all, like, know each other or something. Ridiculous. Unprofessional, you ask me.
I'm gonna make an insight check on Gale.
I think that's legit.
The lowest I can roll
Minimum
is a
21?
21.
Okay. Deception or performance to play it off cool. Either one is appropriate. Ace, well, let me.
I'll burn the thing.
Okay, yeah, go for it. And also, let me wait until he whispers him what he's doing first to make sure it's not relevant.
Yeah.
I'll take second if no one else is, but only if no one else is.
It feels purely meta to me to insight check this at all. If I didn't
It
know
doesn't
he was
to
doing
me.
something, then I wouldn't be questioning.
I
it.
mean, Gale willingly walked up to go talk to a dragon.
Yeah, I have 20 intelligence. The key disappeared. Suddenly, it's attuned to that place for no reason that we can discern. We assume the dragon could sneak up on us and even know what the key does or how to use it when we needed a wizard to identify it.
I trust Gale with my whole being.
And Gale hates dragons. This is something he has clearly said repeatedly, nonstop. It would be out of character to not incite this.
Maybe for you. Or to trust
That's
Gale
true.
implicitly.
That's true. Nomad has like 20 int. And he likes to
Voss is
collect
also
patterns.
very trustworthy and stupid and
trustworthy.
like has good faith. Did I say trustworthy? I meant trusting.
Well, plant the
That's
key
right.
on the rogue. I see how it is.
Yeah. That would have worked because we don't trust Flick. He's always gone.
Planted it on Yule. That would have solved everything.
Yeah, if you planted a Yule, we would have never found it.
Or we would have just like been totally like not surprised at all that she went back
Yep, that
and murdered
tracks.
a cave full of fledgling dragons. Which I assume is what's happening.
But yeah, if no one's taking second, I will take second.
Go and take a second. Ace, when he gets back, he seems a little, honestly, he seems suitably shaken, like a kobold who's terrified of dragons, but has just taken a big leap, a big step, and kind of willed himself the willpower to actually go face his fears and have a conversation with the dragon. And he kind of walks out, like, with the look of a scared child who just had to ask their mom for something that was very terrifying or something. But you don't get you get a lot of bizarre body language, nervous body language, but nothing that seems like he's lying, nothing that seems like he's like faking it or telling a fib or whatever. Nomad with the 22, there is almost the exact same vibe. What is unusual to you is Drake, feel free to jump in here if you want to volunteer information before I try to think of a way to phrase this. Yeah, Ace's minimum is 21, Nomad's got a 22.
And we
Can I
can't
be
read
a
your
real
mind.
bastard here?
Yeah, it's not mind control, it's not detect thoughts, you're just reading body language. You can
Yeah.
tell that he's very nervous, he seems a little upset to you.
Yeah, he's notably upset and seems shaken.
That seems legit for Gil talking to a dragon
Yeah,
for me.
Ace maybe gets the sense that he's nervous and shaken because he just got done talking to a fucking terrifying dragon. Nomad, you've spent a little bit of time around kobolds specifically, and the nervousness that you see is not paired with any sort of fight or flight response. You can see that his posture is not afraid. It is more of kind of an emotional disturbance than anything else. And it's not much, but it is a hunch that I don't think it's unrealistic to follow up on if you want.
You mean like guilt?
Maybe a little
No.
closer to like just conflicted. I don't know. Jump in here, Jay. I'll let you handle this. You're good.
Yeah. I wouldn't call it guilt because I don't think Gale feels guilty for this.
It's the kind of nervousness that he felt, and you would have seen during the first Kubuto encounter when he awaited by the door, compared to actually seeing, like, being confronted by Alex or any of the dragon apparitions previously.
Deep thought, introspection, questioning himself.
It's a very
It's less hard terror and more thoughtful, but still shaken.
With that, Nomad is still trying to figure out emotions. He's seen this one before, but he's not very sure what it means. He knows like it comes with maybe self-actualization. Like a decision was made that would change you inwardly. And like he can respect that. That's something he's been trying to do as well. Make decisions that change him. Always better. That's one of his tenets. Please read my fucking pamphlet. I will post it in public soon. So he just kind of looks away. Like there's nothing different. Like he looks at Gale for a moment, then he looks back to what he was doing.
All right. Excellent. Good to know.
What does the key do again?
The key is basically linked to any door in the world, and then you can use the key and another door to walk through the linked door. It's basically a return to this room at any time button.
Yeah. Can I get the fucking thing to look at?
Yep.
Is that chat going right?
It's inside my. It's on my
Oh, it's in
inventory.
yours. Yeah, I was looking at Flicks for some reason because I thought Flicks.
Yeah, I couldn't actually move over to the Flick's thing because then it'd be too obvious.
Oh.
I wouldn't
that's
have
all that
noticed.
Yeah, he's just like, huh, you seem okay, whatever you decide, and he doesn't say anything.
Well, what's our next move, y'all? We got a dragon to lay an ambush for. tomorrow morning, some of you going back to see Toe? You guys gonna build some sort of trap or something?
Yes, I believe we need to start working on the explosives. I have collected enough raw materials to make quite quite an amount, I imagine.
And are we gonna try to get these kobolds Kuo-Toe to work together and help us with the dragon, or more just deal with the dragon, then let them know what the trick was that was played on 'em?
I think it'd be better if we got them to work together. I mean, this is not just the kobolds fight anymore, it's the islands fight.
The issue is getting them to work together is going to be difficult, not just because of like the natural tensions, but physically the tower is right between them. If we try and set up any sort of meeting, I think that the dragons might pick up on it.
Yeah, to
Aren't
hide them
there-
will be difficult.
Aren't there certain magics that you can have people communicate with each other?
For short periods of time.
Sending stone is quite limited, for example.
I meant more like a higher magic, right? Like one that lets you talk for longer.
Magic I haven't learned yet. I could do ascending, but that is again limited and quite expensive to do.
I mean,
And
if we
it-
can't, we can't.
If I'm understanding the stories y'all told me from the Kuo-Toa and what we heard from the kobolds, this has been a bad blood between these people for generations, lifetimes and lifetimes. I don't know as we're gonna solve it in 10 minutes of talking it over.
Absolutely not. Hatred cannot disappear. Matter and energy do not just disappear. It can be, however,
No,
But
but
common enemy
be
can unite a
transferred.
lot of things.
yeah, that and like their entire hatred of each other is based off of a lie.
Even
Still,
so,
it's
a
deep-
grudge
deep
won't
in their
disappear
blood.
just because you know that you're wrong about it. That's the problem with people who aren't practical. He looks at Ace. He's saying he's wrong, but it's too practical. Sometimes they hate because they hate. But if we can transfer that hate onto something else, it might be easier. Is this too manipulative? Is this a bad thing? No man
Yes.
asks.
What I'm saying is I think we'd have better luck turning either Kuo-Toa against the dragons or kobolds against the dragons separately. I don't know as we're gonna get them to work together. You could tell me if you came to me right now and told me that some higher force had pitted me against the slavers and I shouldn't really be fighting them. I should be working with them. It wouldn't matter to me how good the proof you showed me was. I wouldn't do it. These people have spent their kids and their grandkids and their grandkids' been killing each other. They ain't gonna work together, I don't think.
I
Not
don't
without-
think they've been killing each other.
Well, they think they have. That's what you told me, anyway.
I even asked them like, have you guys ever even seen the kobolds? I don't think they've ever even actually interacted with each other for generations. I think the
Yeah.
dragons have kept them apart and have just been eating them.
But
It
that
was-
never
they
even
still-
entered their minds.
They still think of each other that way, though. They still think of each other as the monsters that are responsible for each other's deaths. Don't matter if it's true or not, if it's deep in their hearts.
They might listen to Ace if he has proof. They both
Yeah.
think that they're, protecting the Phoenix and its home, so they might
Yes.
listen to me.
I trust y'all, whatever you want to do. That's just my 2 cents. I think it'd be hard to get
I-
two people.
I'm not
together.
saying it's going to be easy, but it sounds like, I mean, we're trying to keep balance, right? These two groups need to continue to work together in the future if the next Firebird after Moat is to come into being.
Yeah, it's true.
Especially if the Blue Order is still on the way.
My original point, though, is I don't know if we're going to get that done without the dragons finding out about it. I think the dragons still might be our first step.
Yeah, I do think that maybe investigating the dragons before we do anything further might be beneficial. Finding out whether they are dragons, finding out if there's more than one.
I think we might need to
Yeah,
poke
that's
around in
fair.
their tower a little bit more before we start laying plans for ambushes or putting these two people together or anything like that.
Yeah, I would agree. If we are going to get these people to work together, we're going to need some kind of proof.
Oh, I mean, I could take a picture of both the dragons.
I don't know as that proves
I mean, it proves that there's 2 dragons. They don't even seem to believe that.
I still don't
We
know.
we don't still know if there are 2 dragons.
I'm saying, I
Might
think it
be
all
just one.
what you're just saying is we just gotta figure out what the situation actually is before we can try to prove anything. We don't even know what we're trying to prove yet.
And also, you're the only person with a camera in the world.
No one knows how that works aside
Yeah.
from me who made it and you.
You can
So-
literally just.
Notably and importantly, part of the way that it was built is so that when it is identified, it confirms how it works. So anybody with access to identify can confirm.
They don't have magic.
No, legit. Yeah, these guys. Totally,
I thought you.
totally
I thought you could
useless
also.
here.
I thought you could also spend an hour with with a magic object and understand how it works as well.
You understand how it works, but you don't actually learn like its
Right,
magical
it's different than
properties.
identify. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I don't think we can just hand, like, for example, the Kuotoa something that'll let them identify it, because they're
I don't.
anti-magic.
I don't want them to touch my camera.
Yeah, it's a
Also
good.
that.
That's the other issue with trying to get them to do some sort of magic sending or whatever to each other is if them Kuotoas are turning stillstones to nothing, just touching them. I don't know as we can do any sort of sending.
I think the best way to do this is only the leaders can meet. That way, like, there's a lower chance of them butting heads and everyone attacking each other.
That's what I
If
said.
it's just 2 people, we can at least prevent them from attacking each other, and we can mediate.
Yeah, the plan is to bring the evidence to both the leaders and see if we can get them to agree to meet with just each other. And like
We
a
have-
undisclosed location that's neither of their locations.
I think that's a good idea. Once we get the evidence, maybe go investigate the tower first, and then once we have the evidence, go from there.
Seems wise.
All right.
All right.
And break.
In the morning, I'm going to prepare scrying, just as a reminder for next week.
Yep, we'll wrap up real soon, but let's go ahead and make this official. You guys do get your rest unless anybody has any other sneaky shit tonight. Not that anyone ever does sneaky shit.
Any more
Just
dragon
feel
genocide?
exhausting, man.
Gale, you get 14 million experience.
Hell yeah.
Just kidding, you don't.
Bastards, so much higher level than us now.
Yes. Let the hate flow through you.
Would that even work though? Just because didn't we blow up a wall once and it just like completely undid everything?
If anyone's been sit dice, you can get an extra 1 point, I think, for each hit die. Let me look.
So after Gale is done murdering a bunch of dragon younglings, do he and or Nomad have time to work on my crafting stuff?
No, we're going to a city,
Dang.
and we have to sleep. If you want to come with us to the city,
No, I can
Sleep
work
just for
on
the
it.
week.
I can work on it while we're at the city.
yeah, you have to. You can leave us your. You're gonna be unarmed.
No, I mean I'm not crafting anything
Alright,
with the
guys, I gotta
spear,
head out.
And
Later.
have a good
Later.
night.
Saturday, brother.
Happy birthday!
Bye.
Also, happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Bye.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce too as well, y'all. I will see
Take care.
most of you on Saturday.
Hell yeah.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Sorry, you guys still haven't fought anything. But you know, tower's right there.
Wyverns. I took a rest.
I pushed for the fighting so much.
I know. It's coming.